programming language which has very simple and clear syntax. It has an interface to many system calls and libraries, and it is also extensible in C or C++. So with extensible, what I mean is that if there is something which is not written in Python and if you want to extend the functionality of that, you can use C or C++ language to extend it. Now Python is portable. The same Python program can run on Windows as well as on Linux system. So who invented Python? There is a gentleman which is called Guido van Rossum. He is the one who invented Python. And why it is called Python? So the story is when Guido van Rossum, he was writing Python programming language. At the same time, he was also reading script about Monty Python's Flying Circus. So from that, he got the idea of calling it a Python language because this is going to be slightly mysterious and also it is going to be a unique name for a programming language at that time. So now if you are going to use Python, are there any copyright restrictions on the usage? So there is no restrictions on the usage of Python for general usage. However, if you want to understand Python licensing in more detail, you can go to docs.python.org/3/license.html. Now what is Python good for? So Python is very high level programming language, and with Python I'm going to say that only sky is the limit. You can use Python for almost anything. You can use it to develop an application, you can use it to develop a web based application, you can use it to develop gaming, you can also use it to develop or to do projects like data science or machine learning. So right now Python is the choice, or Python is the only language to go for, especially when you are going to talk about data science and machine learning and stuff like that. Python has been very popular for these use cases. Now let's understand what is the latest version of Python and also how Python versioning is maintained. So Python's latest version right now as of today is Python 3.8. So Python versioning is maintained by a.b.c. So A, you can say, is the number which is known for major version number. Okay, so whenever you see Python version 2 and Python version 3, then that is the one which is going to have very major difference between these two versions of Python. Now when you see something like Python 3.6 or Python 3.7 or Python 3.8, in that case there is going to be some difference, but it is going to be minor version number. So whenever there is some minor upgrade happens in this language, or whenever there are some minor changes happens, in that case they are going to just change the second number. Now what is this third character denotes to? So this third and last character denotes to micro version number. So this is mainly used for fix packs, or whenever there is any bug fixes happening in Python language. At that time they're just going to change the last digit or the third character of this Python version number. So where is all the Python source code kept? Now Python source codes are kept at github.com/python/cpython. You can go there and you can download source code of Python, and if you are someone who really wants to go through the source codes in more detail and try to understand more detail once you are learning programming language, in that case you can go to github.com/python/cpython, and from here you can download the source code repository of Python and you can explore that. And also the source code is also available at www.python.org/downloads. Now if you are interested to knowing which is the book which you can read if you want to learn more about Python programming language, in that case you can go to wiki.python.org/moin/python-books, and here you are going to learn more about all the books which are available around Python and the one which has been referred on this website. Okay, so if you are someone who likes to read more rather than going through videos and all, so in that case you can also start reading book along the way. Now in case you are interested in knowing some real Python projects, in that case you can go to www.python.org/about/success. Now here you are going to see all the Python projects which has been developed and also the success stories of those Python projects. So this is going to give you idea around what is the kind of project which you can develop using Python. Now how about the career opportunities when you learn Python? Now Python is one of the top programming languages which has been going on from last couple of years. Everyone wants to learn Python, especially because of the advancement and improvement which has been done around data science and machine learning area. So Python is a way to go, especially when you are really looking for some kind of job. In that case, there are lots of opportunities coming on Python.
Helping Python.
So in this session, we are going to talk about integrated development environment and why we need an integrated development environment. So first thing first, whenever you want to start coding in Python programming, you don't really need anything else other than Python. So you download Python software and then you can start coding. And if you want to start coding, you can just use Notepad or Notepad++ or any other text editor you have. If you are using on Linux, you can probably just go ahead and use VI editor in order to start developing Python program. However, using text editors such as VI editor or Notepad or Notepad++ is really going to take a lot of time when you are developing your code. The reason is that these text editors are not going to give you any suggestions, or they are not going to give you any improvements whenever you are writing your code. And also while you are writing your code, these are not going to give you any warnings, or it's not going to give you basically any suggestion while you are developing the code. So what happens is that you need to remember everything about that programming language. So this really makes programming very difficult because it's really hard to remember all the programming syntax, and also it is very hard to remember all the programming functions, classes, objects, and so many other things. So when you have an IDE, which is in short form for integrated development environment, using this, it's really going to speed up your development. Now the reason why it speeds up your development is that whenever you are typing the program, it is first of all going to give you some syntax related guidelines, so you'll be able to know whether the syntax which you have been writing is correct or not. And secondly, it also highlights all the programming language keywords. So keywords are the words which are going to be used in the programming language itself. So those are the words which actually tells you that these are the reserved words, or these are the words which cannot be used. So these are the words which gets highlighted with a different color. So that's how you know whatever the function which you are using or whatever the classes which you are using is the correct one. Okay, so that's one thing. Other than this, whenever you are using any classes and whenever you want to use any functions out of that classes, in that case, it is going to suggest you list of all the available functions in that class. Really helps a lot in the development, especially when you have really big project coming up. However, if you have really just a small piece of code to write, in that case, you can just go ahead and start developing your program in Notepad or Notepad++ or so. So there are lots of IDE available in the market, and right now the most popular ones which are available is either PyCharm or Visual Studio or Jupyter Notebook. These are the first choice whenever anyone is going to code in Python language. However, there are many other IDEs are available as well, and people are using that as well. I just did a small survey in order to understand what is the most popular ones which people are using nowadays, and it seems to be that PyCharm and Visual Studio is on number 1 and 2, and Jupyter Notebook is on number 3. The one which we are going to use is Jupyter Notebook. Now, in order to install Jupyter Notebook, you can just install something called Anaconda software. So once you install Anaconda software, Anaconda is also going to install Python for you. So really the only thing which we need to install is just we can go ahead and start downloading and installing Anaconda, and then we are ready to start coding with Python language. So if you want to read more about Anaconda, you can just go to Anaconda website and read from there. Here is the Wikipedia definition of Anaconda. Now the steps to install Anaconda is very simple. You just need to go to docs.anaconda.com/anaconda/install, and here you need to follow the steps which are mentioned for your operating system. The one which we are going to use here is we are going to install on Windows machine. So I'm going to go ahead on installing on Windows, and installing Anaconda doesn't require any admin access. So if you do not have any admin privileges on your computer, in that case it's going to be very easy for you just to go ahead, download Anaconda and install it. Now the steps to install Anaconda is very simple. All you have to do is just download the software, double click on that, and then it is going to launch this setup window, and here you need to click on next, and then you are going to see the next option. Here you need to just click on install. You don't really need to make any changes until and unless you want to. And then you can just go ahead and click on next one more time, and then it is going to show you this pop-up saying that installation has successfully completed, and then you can just go ahead and click on finish. Now step number 1, it has been mentioned how you can download the software. So on step number 1, it is a downloading link. Now I'm going to right click here and going to open it in a new tab, and then you can just scroll all the way to the down, and then you are going to see the software which is 32-bit or 64-bit. So just install the one which you need on your system. If you want 64-bit, just click on this and your downloading is going to start. Now once you have successfully installed Anaconda, in that case you can go to Start Program and type Jupyter. And once you type Jupyter, it is going to show you Jupyter Notebook. Here you need to click and then it is going to launch a web interface basically. So all this is doing is it is going to launch a Jupyter Notebook, and here you can see once the Jupyter Notebook is launched, this is how it is going to look like. Okay, so this is how it looks like. This is the default one. Now here, in order to start coding with Python, we need to click on New and then we need to go to Python 3. So interface of Jupyter is very simple. All you need to remember is that here on the top you can see that this is a logo, Jupyter logo, and along with Jupyter logo you have the file name. So here I'm going to click and then it is going to show you a pop-up window. Here you can change the name of the file. So in this case, let's say I'm going to name this file as myprogram01.py. Okay, so you can name any program, just make sure the file name ends with .py extension. This is the extension basically which is for Python. And then click on rename and then this file name is going to get renamed as myprogram01.py. So you can literally give any name which you want. And here this area is called a cell. You write your program in a cell. So here, for example, let's say if I want to print a message of welcome to Python. So in that case, I'm going to write that in this cell. And if I want to execute this cell, in that case, I'm going to click here on the run. So now once you click on run, here you can see that it has printed welcome to Python, and also it has created one more new cell where you can type your next codes. Now you may not necessarily want to write all your codes in a different cell. If you want to continue writing your program in the same cell, you can do that. All you have to do is just hit enter and then it is going to give you a new line where you can start writing. So let's say if I want to add more line, something like hello world, in that case I can do that as well. And once we do that, again we can click on run and then it is going to execute both of these lines and going to show us the output below the cell. Now the other way to execute the code is you can press Control Enter. So for example, I'm going to copy this code by using Control C and then I'm going to paste this here using Control V. And now if I want to execute this code, I'm not going to click here on run. I'm just going to use a shortcut which is Control Enter. And now you can see that you have the output here which is called welcome to Python and hello world. Now if you want more working area, in that case you can click on view and you can hide this toolbar and also header. So let's click on toggle header and now you can see that Jupyter logo has gone, and you can click on view again and then you can click on toggle toolbar and now you will see that whatever shortcut area or toolbar which we had is also gone. So this really gives us more working space in order to program. Now let's say if you want to create more empty cells, in that case you need to press shift plus enter. So using shift plus enter will keep on creating new cells. Okay, so now you can just write in any cell. So for example, now you can see that I have written my code in this cell, and once I press Control Enter, I'm going to get the output below this cell. So now since you already have Jupyter Notebook installed, we can start coding. Now in order to print anything in Python language, you use print statement, which is very commonly used. So once you type print statement, since print is a function, you also need to use opening and closing brackets. Whenever you are calling any function in Python, you need to use opening and closing bracket. Okay, so for now, all you need to understand is you need to use print statement in order to print anything in Python. So inside this you can print anything. So if you want to print any line or any sentences, then you need to use quotes. So inside the quotes you need to write any string or any lines or any statement. So let's say here we want to write welcome to Python. So now since this is a string, that's why I have put this in quotes or double quotes. Now rather than double quotes, you can also use single quotes. It's going to give you the same output. So let's press Control Enter and now we can see output below this cell. So output is welcome to Python. Now I'm going to create a new cell by pressing Shift plus Enter. Now here I'm going to use a single quote. Okay, so here you can see I'm going to write the same statement, and now we have used a single quote. I'm going to run it using Control plus Enter, and you can see that we have got the same output. So regardless of whether you want to use single quotes or double quotes, the output is going to remain the same. So a string can be surrounded by a single or double quote. Now I'm going to create few more empty cells by pressing Shift Enter. And now here in this cell I'm going to write some comments. So if you want to write comment, you need to use hash in the beginning, and then you can write any line. Okay, so this is the code which is not going to be executed. So for example, let's say I want to write, this is the code to add two numbers. Okay, now this code which you see here, this is not going to be, or whatever line you see here, this is not going to be executed. If I press Ctrl Enter, you will see that we do not get any output below this. Okay, now let's say if I have written print 2 plus 2 here, in that case if I press Ctrl Enter now you can see we have got the output that 2 plus 2 is 4, but we have not got, or this statement did not give any error, and also it did not resulted anything. The reason is that this is a comment. So comment is really useful only for the developer. Whenever, let's say you have developed a big project, and let's say once the project was live in production and you face some issue, you want to go ahead and troubleshoot the code. In that case, whatever the comments which you have written, it is going to be very useful, and it is going to give you the hint about why you have written that code or what that piece of code is doing. So it is always a good practice that whenever you write code, you always need to write very simple, concise, precise and very neat code. And also you should give all the definition or comments about the codes which you have been writing. Especially when you are working in large organization, in that case you may be switching projects or you may be switching organizations or whatever can be the reason. So whenever you are developing a project, in that case you need to make sure that you always provide adequate comments. So in case you go out or you move out to other projects, and when you hand over the piece of code to any other person, he should be able to understand the code by just looking at the code which you have developed. Okay, and that is going to only happen when you have provided proper comments. Now if you want to write multiple line comments in Python, you just need to keep on using hash and you can just continue writing lines. Okay, and if I press Ctrl Enter, you can see the output is still same. So these two lines are now comments. You need to understand some of. So when you begin programming, you need to understand some of the things which are like programming fundamentals. Okay, so the programming fundamentals, basically we can break it down into syntax, data types, flow controls, object and classes, functions and file handling. These are the minimum things which you need to know in order to learn a programming language, or I will say in order to master a programming language. So syntax is about how a programming language is written. Okay, it's about, for example, whenever you are going to define a function, whenever you are going to use a for loop, whenever you are going to define any other condition, what is the syntax you need to use. So it's more like any other language which you speak. Okay, so for any other spoken language also we have some syntax. For example, in English you have some structure, how you define a word, how you actually define a sentence. So similarly, all the programming languages also have some sort of syntax which we need to follow. Now syntax is something which can be easily learned. So if you are switching from one programming language to another programming language, so syntax are going to be something which can be learned, or it can be something which can be very easily learned, I will say. The main important things which we need to understand is computer programming fundamentals. Okay, so those are some of the things which we are going to understand while we are programming using Python. So the other thing which is very important and also which we should be learning is data types. So data types are the one which tells computer what is the type of data which we want to play with. So for example, when you are dealing with a content in a file, or let's say when you have data in an Excel file, you have different types of data. Okay, and for computer it is very important to know what is the type of data which you have. So once computer know that thing, then computer is going to perform very well. Okay, it can actually perform significantly faster if you define correct data with correct data types. Okay, and also certain data types allow certain types of operations. For example, only two numeric numbers can be added, okay, or can be multiplied. So for example, let's say if you try to multiply one string with another string, you know that is a type of operations which cannot be performed in a real world. So similarly for a computer also, that is a type of operations which cannot be performed. However, let's say if you have two numeric numbers, for example, if you want to multiply 2 by 3, okay, so you are going to get the result of 6. Now in this case, both of these data are numeric data types. Okay, so basically using data types, we define the type of a data. And then we have flow control. So flow control is basically you define how your programming is going to flow. So for example, in your programming, you are going to have conditions and you want to have some certain kind of condition. For example, if you even go to grocery store, you follow some certain type of instructions. For example, if you see there is promo on certain product, you buy more number of quantity of that product. Okay, so this is a kind of flow which you are telling to yourself or which you have in your mind. So that's the similar kind of flow which you are going to follow in a programming language as well. Now coming on to object and classes. So all the high level programming languages, or we can say object oriented programming languages, have concept of objects and classes. We are going to understand while we are coding in Python. We are not going to learn about objects and classes in detail for now. Okay, and moving on to functions. So functions are again very important part of classes. Classes is going to have objects and also going to have functions. Now function is something which is going to basically do certain types of function. For example, a TV remote you can call it a class, and then the TV remote does certain type of function. For example, it can switch one channel to another channel for you, and a TV remote can help you turn up or turn down the volume of TV. Okay, so these are some of the functionalities which you perform using a remote control. Now remote control you can call a class in your case, okay, in case of programming. So this is a function. Okay, so all the classes are going to have many different type of functions which are going to help you take certain action. Now functions are very popularly used, and we are going to use a lot of functions while we are coding in Python. Now moving on to file handling. File handling is something when you are going to deal with files. Okay, in today's world you have lots of different type of files. You have XML files, you have CSV files, you are going to have various kind of files. Okay, it can be Excel file or it can be any text file. So we need to learn through programming how to handle these type of files, how we can read the content of these types of files, how we can write contents to these type of files. And after that, the most important thing is database connection, because right now whenever you are going to develop any application, all of these applications are going to have some sort of way to store their data. Now that is mostly going to be a database. Okay, so using Python programming, we are also going to learn how we can connect to any database. Because whenever you are actually coding any real world application, for example, let's say if you want to create your own website, or let's say if you want to create any calculator or whatever kind of application which you can imagine, it has to store its data somewhere. Okay, and it is going to be very efficient if you store the data in a database. Again, in some cases it is not going to be efficient. Again, it depends on the use cases which you have in your programming language, but I can say in 90% of the cases applications are storing data in database. So that's why it is very important that we learn how we can interact with databases using Python programming. Now I'm moving on to Python syntax. So some of the Python syntax which we have already seen, that Python programming file should be ending with .py extension. Okay, so whenever you are writing a Python program, you need to save that Python program file with .py extension. And in Python we have something called Python indentation. So Python indentation is something which makes actually your code very simple and easy to read and easy to understand. Python indentation basically signifies that this is a block of code. Okay, so using indentation we actually isolate from one block of code to another block of code. Again, I'm going to tell you this when we are coding, and then we are going to understand in more detail. However, let me tell you that this is very good improvement when compared with any other programming languages. In other programming languages, we separate or isolate a block with another block using either curly braces or using, let's say, semicolon or something like that. However, that is not very simple, and also that is not very readable. Python indentation has overcome all of those problems and has made coding very simple, user-friendly, and good to see. Now, talking about Python comments, we have already seen that Python comments, we have two types of Python comments, single line and multiple line. However, in terms of syntax, all the comments has to begin with hash. And then we are going to see very useful thing which is called variable creation or variable handling. In all the programming languages, we are going to have two things. We are going to have a variable, and then we are going to have some sort of value assigned to that variable. So whenever we are performing certain type of operations, we need to have a way to keep the value somewhere. Okay, so that placeholder is basically called a variable. Okay, you will understand this in next example. So coming back to data types, we have many different types of data types which we are going to use. Again, depending on the use cases which you have, you are going to use different type of databases. However, in Python, you can see that these are the types of data types which we have available. I have put it all together in a single sheet. So if you want to take a screenshot of this, you can take it. And if you want to bookmark, you can bookmark. However, we are going to discuss all of these data types while we are programming. Okay, so let me start with variables and how we actually define a data type. Okay, so in Python language, defining a variable is very easy. You just begin by typing the name of the variable. So in this case, you can see that XYZ is actually a name of the variable. So similarly, if you have different types of data, for example, you may have integer data, you may have float data, you have complex data, or you may have list data, or tuple data, or range data. All of those can be defined using the same approach. So you have the value and you have the variable name. You keep the variable name on the left, and then you give equal to symbol, and then on the right side you give or you assign the values to that variable. Okay. Now syntax is very simple and it is going to be the same. One thing you would have noticed that from one data type to another data type, there is no segregation. So for example, depending on the value which you have, Python is going to automatically assume the correct data type for that value. Okay, so for example, here also if you see, I have just typed XYZ is equal to welcome to Python, and then Python have understood that this is a string, and that's why it has taken into consideration that this data is going to be of string data type. And if you want to see whether what is the type of XYZ variable, then there is a function which is called type function. Using that function, we can see what is the type of this data type. So I'm going to tell you how we are going to use type function as well. So the syntax is going to be same regardless of what is the data type which you have. Here I have given example of all the data types which are available in Python. And if you see, all of these are basically following the same syntax. Now, if I have to run the same code in Jupyter, you can see I have run all of these data types in Jupyter and we have got the output. Now here I was talking to you about type function. Okay, so here you can see when I'm defining a string data type XYZ is equal to welcome to Python, then there is a type function which I'm using, and inside the type function I'm passing XYZ and then I'm printing this. So for the first case, you can see that we are getting output of class string. Okay, so now you can see that why we are getting output of class string, why we are not getting output only string. So basically all the data types which we are available in Python are classes. Okay, so that's why whenever you see type of any data type, that is going to be shown as a class. Okay, and that's why there are many functions associated with these classes. Okay, so whenever we are going to perform any operations, you will notice that we are going to use functions. Alright, so now sticking back to our original topic of data types, you can see that for all the different types of data, I have got different type of output. So here I have got integer, or here I have got float, and here I have got complex. So depending on the data, Python is assuming the correct data type, and also it is then showing us back the result that what is the type of data type it is considering for this value. Now please notice, in certain cases you may really require that you want to change the data type from one type to another. Okay, so that can be done, and that can be easily done by using typecasting. So in typecasting, you can see what I have done here is that I have used XYZ variable name and I have given equal to symbol, and then here while defining the value of 10 I have used str function. Okay, so str and then starting the opening bracket and then giving the value and then closing the bracket. So what it does is it is actually casting this numeric value of 10 into string. Okay, so now XYZ is basically going to have value of string. Okay, it is not going to give us output of int or integer, it is going to give us value of string. Now in this example I'm going to show you how I'm going to change a type from one type to another. Okay, so here let's say we begin by creating a variable which is called XYZ, and I'm going to assign it a value of 10. And now if you want to print this value, you can use print statement, and inside this you can type the name of the variable. Okay, so if I do this and if I press Ctrl Enter, I'm going to get the output of number 10. So this is the output which was assigned to variable, and this is what we have got. Now let's say if we want to see what is the data type which Python has assumed for this variable. In that case we can use print statement, and inside this we need to use type function, and we can now print XYZ inside this. Okay, and then press Ctrl Enter again, and then we can see that data type for this variable is integer. Now let's say you want to change this data type from integer to, let's say, string. In that case you need to use typecasting. So for example, in this case I'm going to do XYZ is equal to string, and either you can assign a new value. Let's say if you want to assign a new value, I'm going to assign a new value by using 15, okay, as a value inside this function, and then we can use print XYZ again, press Ctrl Enter, and now you can see that there is value of 15 which has been assigned to this variable. Okay, now value of 10 has been overridden and a new value has been assigned. Now let's say if we want to print and we want to see what is the type or data type of this variable. So in that case we are again going to use print and type, and inside this function I'm going to use XYZ, and the syntax is going to be remain the same regardless of whether you are using Jupyter or you are using PyCharm or any other IDE. So here I'm going to press Ctrl Enter, and let's see what is the output which we have received this time. You can see that we have received string output. Okay, so this is the data type when you have done typecasting, and this is the data type when you had not done the typecasting. Okay, so using typecasting you can change output of a variable from one data type to another data type. Going to be very useful. In this session we are going to be talking about strings, and we are going to learn many methods which are going to be very useful whenever we are dealing with strings. Now as we have learned in previous session that you can declare a variable just by typing the name of the variable and giving an equal to sign and then assigning some value. Okay, so in this case I am using a string which is called welcome to Python, and this is being assigned to a variable which is XYZ. Now in Python all the strings are actually an array. So when we say an array, all the strings are going to have an index number. Okay, so here you can see whenever you typed welcome to Python, so welcome to Python internally is going to look like something like this in a form of an array, and also it is going to have an index, okay, which is also called array index. So index always begins with 0 and then it is going to increment by 1. Okay, so whatever first letter you have typed is going to be have an index of 0. and then it is going to be increasing by 1. Okay, so here welcome to Python internally is going to be assigned something like as shown here in the screen. So it is beginning with index 0 and ending with index 16. Okay, so as you can see, after welcome we have a space, so even a space is going to occupy a position in an array. Okay, so here you can see 7th position of array is actually a space. Okay, so that is going to be very useful because once you understand this thing, you will be able to slice any index. For example, let's say if you want to find any data which is at 5th position in this variable. So for example, let's say if I tell you what is the letter which you have at 5th position. So in this case, you can say that array index 5th position, you have value of m. So if you want to search something like that, it is going to be very useful for you. Okay, so let's understand one more thing, which is negative slicing. Okay, so let's say if you want to traverse this string in a negative way, then you can do that, and this is how actually the values are going to look like. Okay, so whatever the string value which you have, you can take -1 as the last character, and then -2 as the second last character, -3 as the third last character, and so on. So whenever I am performing any slicing operation, in that case, if I slice it by -1 or -2, then I'm going to get values which are associated with this array index. Okay, I think it might be confusing you in the beginning, but let's see some examples so that is going to clear many of your doubts. So here you can see that we had a variable xyz and which has the value of welcome to Python. So here in Jupyter Notebook, I printed XYZ and then we got welcome to Python output. Okay. And now let's say if you want to print only the first character of this string, in that case, you can use it XYZ and then you need to use this square brackets. So you need to open a square bracket and close a square bracket, and in between you need to provide array index position. So here I have provided 0, and that's the reason we are getting value of W. Okay, because at position of 0 we have value which is W. Okay, so this is actually very simple. So if you want to print any other value or 9th value, let's say, or 15th value or whatever value, you just need to change array index position here and you are going to see that value. Now string slicing is another very useful operation which we perform whenever we are dealing with strings in Python. Okay, so now let's say if you are interested in getting only first 7 characters of a string. Okay, let's say this string is very long and you just want to see first 5 characters or first 7 characters. So in that case, you are going to use slicing operation. So in order to use slicing operation, all you have to do is you need to use that variable name, and you need to basically start and close square bracket, and in between them you need to provide some range, and that range is going to be separated by using colon. So here you can see that starting range I have provided as 0 and ending range I have provided as 7. So the output which I have received is welcome. Okay, that is because it has given me value starting from 0 until 7. Okay, so value we have got is welcome. And now here you can see when I have done negative slicing, in that case starting position I have given -6, so it has picked the value from here, and in the ending position I have not given anything. So basically from -6 it is going to go all the way until the end of the string. Okay, so that's why I have received value of Python. However, let's say if you want to slice it, and if you want, let's say, value from -6 to value from, let's say, -2, in that case, again, in the ending position, you can provide -2, and in that case, it is going to give you a different output. So let's do some hands-on and let's see output of these in Jupyter Notebook. So now we are here on Jupyter Notebook, and here you can see the same output which I had shown you previously. And now here, let's say rather than 0, I want the value at 5th position. In that case, I'm going to change this index position to 5, and I'm going to press Ctrl Enter. And now you can see the value which we have received is M. Okay, because M is at 5th position when it comes to as per array index, as we have seen previously. Okay, now again for slicing we have chosen value from 0 to 7. Let's say if you want first 5 values, you can say 0 to 5 and press Ctrl Enter, and then it is going to give you value of WELCO. Okay, now notice it has given you the 0 first, second, third and fourth. Okay, so whatever is your ending range, it is not inclusive of that ending range. Okay, so value has started from 0 and it has gone all the way to whatever your ending range is and -1. Okay, so you have not got the value at 5th position, but what you have got is value from 0 until 4th position. So that's how slicing works. Now let's say rather than 0th position, you may wanted to see data starting from 3rd position until 7th. In that case you could have done like this, slicing like this, press Ctrl Enter, and now you see value of come. Okay, so 3rd index position is C, as you can see here, and that's why we have got output of COME. Okay, now in case of negative slicing, we already saw that if you give value like this -6, then it is going to start from -6th position, which is in this case is starting with P, and then it is going to go all the way until the end if you have not provided any ending number. Now let's say if you want to provide any ending number as well, so let's say you want data from -6 to -2. In that case your output is going to change, and the value which you have got is PYTH. Okay, because this is -6th position and this is -5th, -4th, -3rd and -2. Again, as you saw that whatever your ending digit is, we always get value one value less than that, so that's why we have got output only PYTH. Okay, so other than this there are many functions which are very useful, so we are going to learn that. Okay, so let's say we have a variable which is called name, and here I'm going to type my name. Let's say I want to type a string which is called my name is Vikas, and my age is, let's say here you want to print your age. Okay, now one thing is, before we go into discuss this, let's talk about string concatenation. So let's say if you have two strings variables, so for example, let's say I'm going to define a variable 1. It is going to have let's say your first name. So let me change this variable name to first name. Okay, let's say this variable is called first name, which is having value of Vikas, and then I'm going to assign a new variable which is going to be called last name, and this is going to have a value of my whatever my surname is, or whatever thing which you have taken in this position. Okay, so here now let's say I want to print first name and last name. Okay, and I want to assign this value to a new variable which is called full name. Okay, so in that case I can do first name plus last name, and now if I print full name, in that case the output which I am going to receive is going to be my full name. Now notice we do not have any space between them, because whatever the first name was and whatever the last name was, there was no space in between them. So if you want to have a space in between them, then you can, after the plus, you can start quote and then you can give a space, and also you can close that quotes and then you can press plus again. So basically here we are using a string again, which is having only a space as a value. Okay, so now if I run this program, this is the output which I have received. Okay, so hope this is very clear. And now let's say here I also want to show my age. Okay, so let's call it age, and let's give any number here. So let's say my age is 63, or whatever number you want to give, you can give that number. And now let's say in the full name, or rather than full name, let's create one more variable which is called full info, and here I'm going to say my full name is, and then I'm going to use plus full name. Okay, because now full name variable is having our full name, which is this. So in the full info, now if I print full info, you see the output which we have received is my full name is Vikas Jha. Okay, because this is a string which we are using, and then we are concatenating by using plus operator another variable. Okay, now this variable full name is having value of whatever first name and last name which we have provided here. So now let's say along with this we also want to merge our age. Okay, so in that case, now if you see, age is a numeric number. Now if I try to merge age, or if I try to concatenate age with a string, I'm going to get some error. Okay, so let's see, do we really get an error or whether it works. So I'm going to concatenate another string which is going to be called and my age is, and now here I want to give my age. Okay, so now I can use age because age variable we have assigned value of 63. Okay, so now here if I run this program, you see we have received an error which is saying can only concatenate string, not integer to string. Because as you know that this age is actually a string, or the age is actually integer in this case because it has numeric value. And as you know, Python is very smart, so whenever you assign any numeric value, it automatically changes the type of that value to whatever, a data type which it can associate with. So this is a numeric value, so it gives it a data type of integer. Now as we learn typecasting, to get rid of this problem, one thing which we can do is we can do string in the beginning, and now if I run the same program, you see that I have got the output, because now this age, whatever value which we have assigned, actually has been treated as a string value. Okay, so that is one thing. Now let's say you don't really want to do like this. Okay, so you just want to keep it as a numeric value itself. Okay, so in that case, if you want to print something like this, then you need to use format function. Okay, so here you can see there is something called format function. So now let's say if we want to print something like this, we can actually also use other method which is called format function. In this case, let's say I have a age variable which is having value of 63, and let's say here I want to print my age. In that case we can use format function. So how format function works is, whatever your string name is, we need to use dot format along with that, and it is a function, so we also need to pass value here. Okay, so in this case I'm going to pass age variable here. Okay, so what this is going to do is, whatever value which we have here is, this value is going to be replaced with wherever you have used these curly braces. Okay, curly opening braces and closing braces. This is what you need to remember. So now if I press Ctrl Enter, you can see that we have got output of my name is Vikas and my age is 63. Now let's say if I change the age here from this to whatever other number, in that case now you see value is changing here as well. Okay, so now rather than using this variable, I could have directly used value of 20 here, and that would have worked as well. Okay, now this format function can take unlimited number of arguments. Let's say you want to print something like my age is let's say you want to print my age is 30 and I was born on, and here you want to print year in which you were born in. So in that case you could do format 20 and then comma, and I guess that would be, let's say, 1989, and hit Ctrl Enter, and now you can see the output which you have received is my name is Vikas and my age is 20 and I was born on 1989. Okay, so again, don't go by this. I don't know if mathematically this is correct or not. So yeah, probably it is going to be 30 years. Okay, if someone is born in 1989. Okay, so this is basically, now here you can see that we have passed two values and both of these values has been replaced here. Now let's say rather than this you wanted to use second value at first place and this first value at second place. Okay, in that case, again, whatever you have used here are stored as an index. Okay, so first value is actually at index position 0 and second value is at index position 1. So in that case, let's say I wanted 1989 first. I could have changed it to, let's say, 1, and here I'm going to give index position of 0. Okay, so in this case, if I press Ctrl Enter, now you notice values have changed. Okay, so because here we are specifying that for the first curly brace, use the value which are at index position of 1. So at index position of 1, the value which we have is 1989. Okay, so again depends on how you want to format the values. You can use format function. Okay, so now let's move on and let's talk about string length function. So here let's create another variable which is called full name, and let's print this variable. So here we see we have got value of John Smith because that's the name which we have declared and assigned it to full name. Now let's say we are interested to know what is the length of this name. So we want to know how many digits or characters are basically there in the name. So in that case we could have used length method. So syntax is very easy. All we have to do is we have to use len, and we have to do a opening bracket and a closing bracket, and we have to use full name inside that. And let's press Ctrl Enter, and now you can see we have got value of 10. Okay, because total length of this is 10. Now let's say you want to assign this length to any other variable. So let's say I'm going to call it full name length, and I wanted to assign whatever the length is to this variable. So in that case we could have done something like this. Okay, so what this is doing is, so it is calculating the length of this variable which is having value of John Smith, and it is assigning whatever the output is to full name length. Okay, so I'm going to now simplify this print statement by using print and full name length. Okay, now if I press Ctrl Enter, we are still going to get the same output. Now let's say I change the name to Martin, and if I press Ctrl Enter, now you see value or the output has changed as well. Okay, so this is about using length function. So length function is very useful when actually you want to, let's say you want to know what is the total number of array, and you want to slice using for loop or while loop or any such mechanism. Okay, in that case length function is very useful, and mostly it is going to be used when you want to just know like what is the end boundary. So for example, let's say you have 10 values stored in full name, and you want to know like what is the maximum size of this array or something like that. In those cases you want to use length function. Okay, now we are going to see how we can use a strip method. Okay, so here let's say I have name which is called John Smith, and let's say we have many spaces in the beginning and ending of this name. Okay, let's say the data which we had was a junk data and it was not properly formatted. In that case we want to remove these leading spaces or whatever spaces, okay, which we have in the beginning or end of the statement. In that case we can use strip method. Okay, so the way to use that is very simple. So all we have to do is we have to use the variable name which is full name, and then we need to use dot and name of the method. Okay, so name of the method is strip method, and again method also, for methods we need to use these opening and closing brackets. Okay, so now if I print this, now you see we have got value of John Smith. We have not got these extra spaces. And now in this case it might be very difficult for you to see this okay, and say that whether we have got spaces or not. So to simplify this, let's say I'm using length function, and here I'm going to print full name. Okay, so what this is going to give me is length of this. Okay, so as you know that space is also actually counted as one character, so I think it is going to give us more number of output than after strip. Okay, so let's see the output here. Okay, so let's press Control Enter. Okay, so syntax was wrong. I had missed one closing bracket, so that's why we got the error. Okay, so now you can see we have got output of 17 and 10. Okay, so in the beginning we had spaces in the beginning and end of the name, so that's why total number of length of this string was 17, and after we removed these spaces, okay, starting and ending spaces, by applying strip method, and then we saw length function has giving us the correct output, which is 10. Okay, so this name is having total 10 characters. Now let's use lower and upper function. Okay, so I'm just going to remove these spaces, and let's say we want to convert this name or whatever string value is from one character or one case to another case. Let's say we want to convert everything to lowercase or convert everything to uppercase. In that case we can use lower or upper method. So I'm going to say full underscore name dot method name, which is lower, and again method name also needs starting and closing bracket. So do that and press Control Enter. Now you see we have got output all in lowercase. Now you can change it to upper and it is going to show the output all in uppercase. Okay, so this lower and upper function is very useful whenever you are doing string comparison. Let's say when you want to compare full name, okay, whenever you want to, let's say, compare one string with another string, as you know that Python is case sensitive. In that case the value of let's say this John Smith, and if you have a string written like John Smith, this is not going to be equal. Okay, these are going to be treated two separate strings. Okay, so this is different and this is going to be treated as a different value. Now let's say if you want to compare this and you want to ignore case sensitiveness, in that case it is always a good idea that you apply either lower or upper case or upper method function actually to get rid of this case sensitiveness. We will see these functions whenever we are developing any real program or real mini project. Okay, so for now you need to know that you have upper or lower method to convert a string to upper or lower case. Now let's learn about title function. Now let's say we have name which is something like John Smith. Okay, let's say names are not formatted properly and we want initials to be in uppercase. In that case we can do full underscore name dot title, and since this is a method we need to use opening and closing bracket, and let's say we want to print it, so I'm going to use print statement and then press Control Enter, and now we have value of John Smith. Now guys, notice one thing, I have been writing print statement in the beginning, but actually when you are using Jupyter Notebook this print statement is not required. If you just get rid of this and press Control Enter, still also we are going to get the same output. However, if you run the same in let's say PyCharm, then you will not be receiving any output. That's the reason I'm using print statement in the beginning. Okay, so because this code, if you run as it is on a PyCharm or any other editor, going to give you the same output. Okay. However, in Jupyter you don't really need to use this print statement. Whatever your last statement is, if that is giving some output, then it is going to be shown here. Okay, so now let's learn about lower and upper. We have already learned, and now let's talk about finding a character rather than splitting. First we will learn about finding a character, then we will talk about splitting. Okay, so I'm just going to take this name again, and let's say in this we want to know what is the position or at which position a character S exists. Okay, so in that case we can use full name dot find function, and inside this we need to pass the name of the character which we are looking for. So let's say I want to search for S, okay, and I want to print whatever its position is. So if it is found, in that case we are going to receive the position of this character. So now here it is saying that S is available at 5th position. Okay, so now you already know that J is at 0th position and O is at 1st position. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and at 5th position we have value of S. So that's why we have received value of 5. Now let's say if we are searching for something which does not exist, in that case it is going to give us output of -1. Okay, so that is the way of saying that whatever we are searching for does not exist in this variable, okay, which is full name. So again, this is going to be very useful when you want to search some specific some specific character or some specific piece of word in a string or in a sentence. So for example, here you might have searched for Smith and you wanted to, let's say, see whether Smith exists or not, and if you press Ctrl Enter we get output of 5 because Smith exists and it started S. Now let's say we want to search N space S, and if I hit Ctrl Enter I have received output of 3 because this N space S exists, as you can see here, and this starts at position or array index of 3. Okay, now split is not really going to be very useful in this case, or in this session we can talk about in more detail when we are learning about list. Okay, however, let's say if you want to convert or if you want to split one string to list, in that case we are going to use split function. So here if I do full name dot split, and inside this we need to tell on what basis we want to split. Okay, so here we have John space Smith, and I want to, let's say, split this by using space. So I need to supply space and it needs to be quoted. Okay, now if I do print full, I'm going to assign whatever value has come, I'm going to assign it to, let's say, temp. So inside this I'm going to print temp. Okay, so now you see we have received John and we have received Smith, and there is a comma in between them. So whatever output you are seeing, this output is actually a list notation or list data type notation in Python. So using this now actually we can do many different type of operations with respect to lists. So this list we are going to talk about when we are discussing about list in more detail. So hope now you have learned how to deal with strings in Python, and now you know operations such as slicing string or traversing string in a positive or in a negative order, and you have also learned many of the methods which are going to be useful when we are developing a real time project. We can deal with, have seen how we can deal with strings in Python. In this lesson we are going to talk about lists in Python. So lists are really like more like a string, but only thing is that this is like multi-dimensional array. Strings are like single-dimensional array. So let's start by understanding how lists are stored internally, and once you understand that, rest of the things are going to feel more like strings. So here I have created a variable which is called fruits, and this is how you define a list. Okay, so to define a list you just need to use these brackets, square brackets. So you need to use opening and closing square brackets, and that's how you are going to define an empty list. Okay, so if you want to fill members inside that empty list, you need to use all the members separated by comma. So for example, here you can see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, like 4 members, or you can call it 4 elements in this list, and which are name of the fruits. Okay, so we have a fruit name which is called apple, banana, mango, and strawberry. So all of these 4 fruit names are part of a list variable which is called fruits. So that's all you need to know about declaring or creating a variable with a list of items. Okay, So now if you do type on this fruits function, then you are going to see that Python is going to return that this fruit is a class of type. Okay, a type. Now let's go ahead and see how basically this is going to look like. So now once you define this variable, this is how basically it is going to look like logically. I mean, it is going to be very easy for you to understand this way. Okay, so this is more like a multi-dimensional array. So all of these different fruit names are going to be indexed in this way. So at the 0th place you are going to see apple, and then first place is going to be for banana, second place is going to be for mango, and third place is going to be for strawberry. Okay, now if you see, we have array index starting from left to right, and also we have array index from up to down. Okay, so whenever you are navigating through list of elements in a list, in that case, whenever you are using index, the first index is going to represent the items which are starting from top to bottom. And then if you want to go through second index, in that case, this is the index or index number which are going to kick in. So it is going to be better if I explain you by example. Okay, so for example, let's say if I want to print all the elements of a list, in that case I'm going to use a syntax like this. So I have fruits declared and equal to symbol, and then I have list of all the fruit names. Okay, and if we do print fruits, in that case it is going to show us the output with all the fruit names as it is shown here on Jupyter Notebook. Now let's say if we want to print only the first element. Okay, so the first element is at index position of 0. Okay, so in that case, this is the syntax which you need to follow. So you need to use fruits followed by the index number. And as you have already learned in previous session that to give an index number, you need to use these square brackets. Okay, so syntax is very similar to how you navigate through or traverse strings. So now once we do fruits 0, we are going to get the name of the fruit which is at position 0. Okay, so that's why we have got output of apple. Okay, because apple is at position of 0 index. Now let's say if I want to see what is the position, what is the letter of at 0th location for the first element. Okay, in that case basically we need to use fruits 0. So fruits 0 is going to give apple. And then out of this apple, we are interested to know only the position or only the letters which are at first location. So that's why once I specify fruits 0, and then from whatever the list we have got, we want to see 0th item at that, okay, in that element. So that's why now here you see we have got output as A, because out of apple we were interested only at 0th element. Now let's say you wanted list of, or let's say for the first item you wanted to see first 3 characters. In that case, again whatever slicing you have learned in previous session for strings, you can use the same. So in this case you can see we are interested in fruits which is at location 0 or index position 0, which is apple, and then out of that element we are interested to know only first 3 letters, or you can say first 3 characters. So once we do 0 to 3, so this is a range. Okay, this is a range for strings, and this is what we have learned in previous session. So once we do that, we get an output of APP. So here you can see that from 0 until 3, as you know that when you are slicing, whatever you specify as the end range, that is not included. Okay, so that's why when you specified from 0 to 3, 3 was not included. Only 0, first and second was included, and you got the output of APP. Okay, so hope until now everything is very clear, and now we are going to move on to hands-on session. Alright, so this is how basically you create a fruit variable with name of all the items or elements. Now here if we want to print all the fruits, I have just used print fruits. Okay, and here we have done some slicing. Now I'm just going to delete these first 2 cells, and we are going to go through remaining operations. So in order to delete any cell, you can just select that cell, and then you can use these cut selected cells or these scissors icon. Once you click on here, that selected cells is going to get deleted. So I want to delete this one as well, so I'm going to select this scissors symbol again, and now whatever the unwanted items or cells were are now deleted. Okay, so now what we can do is, let's create some more working space by going to view and clicking on toggle header. So now header has gone, and now here you can see we have list of all the fruits. Okay, so I downloaded this list of fruits from internet, and I got so many number of fruits which I'm not even aware of. So yeah, so all of these now I have assigned to fruits variable, and notice here I have given only single quotes, so it doesn't matter, you can specify string using single quote or double quotes, it is going to work the same way. Okay, so now these are the number of fruits which we are going to assign to fruits variable. So once you do that, click on Control Enter, and then this is going to run. Now let's say we want to print all the fruit names. In that case, you can just say print fruits and click on Control Enter, and here you can see list of all the fruits which are available. Okay, so in this example you can assume that we are working, or we are let's say working on a software which is going to be used in a grocery store, and you are going to create some of the operations which are very frequently used in a grocery shop. Okay, so let's say a customer entered into grocery shop and he asked one of the staff that what are the fruits you have available in your grocery store. In that case, he can just run print fruits and he can get list of all the fruits which are available, okay, in the grocery store. Now let's say if somebody is interested to know that at which position or in which rack you have kept, okay, some specific fruits. Okay, so in this case, let's say we want to know what is the fruit which is kept at rack number 2nd or rack number 3rd. Okay, so I'm just going to change it to, let's say we are interested in knowing what is the items kept at rack number 2. Okay, because as you know, in grocery shop all the fruits are kept into some specific shelf or rack, whatever you want to call it. So let's say we are interested in knowing the second at second rack which is the fruit which is kept on. So I'm going to do print fruits, and we are interested in second index element. Okay, and then we are going to hit Control Enter, and here you see we have got output of apple, because here you can see that this apple is at position number 2. Okay, again remember this item is at position number 0 and this is at position number 1, this is at number 2. Okay, because array always starts with 0. Now let's say you want to ask another question. So you want to know which is the fruit which is kept at the last rack. Okay, in that case, again as we did in string, whenever you want to see the last element we can use negative number. So in this case also it is going to work the same way. If you are interested in knowing the last element, you just need to specify -1 and it is going to tell you the last element which is available. Okay. Now let's say if you delete this last element here, and we also need to run this again. So these fruits, these new values are going to get assigned to fruits. And now if I run this again, this fruits -1, and this time you are going to see that we have got different output because the last element is now white sapote. Okay, and here also if you want to see list of all the fruits, then you can run this again, and now you can see the output is different. Okay, so now you know how to get the first element, now you know how to get the last element. Okay, so to get the first element you can just do fruits 0, and then you are going to see which is the fruit which is kept at, let's say, rack 0 or shelf 0, and if you want to know which is the fruit which is kept at last rack, then you can just run fruits -1 in the square bracket. Now let's say you want to know which are the what are the 5 fruits which are kept at last 5 racks. Okay, so in that case you can do fruits -5 and then you can give colon, and then you don't need to specify any number for the ending range. Okay, for starting range you are saying -5 because you are interested in knowing the last 5 fruits, and for the ending range, if you don't specify anything, it is going to traverse from last 5 until the end of the list. Okay, so once you do that and press Ctrl Enter, now you see we have received this output. So if you see here now, these are the 5 elements which are kept at the end of the rack, and this is the output which we have received. Okay, now let's say we are interested in another operation which is called, let's say we want to know what are the fruits which are kept at first 3 racks or first 5 racks. In that case, again, you can make use of range. Okay, so you are going to specify fruit starting from 0 and ending at 5. Again, remember, index position of 5 will not be inclusive, so we are going to see 5 elements which are starting from 0 until 4. So hit Ctrl Enter, and the output which you have received is dates, mango, apple, apricot, and avocado. Okay, so here you can verify the same, that this is the list of items which we have available. Now let's say that all the bananas are sold out in your store. In that case, you want to update the value of banana, okay, and with strawberry. So whatever rack or whichever rack which was used for banana, now you don't want to keep banana, you want to keep strawberry there. Okay, so in that case, again, this is comment line, I'm just going to delete. Okay, so in that case, basically first you need to find what is the element, okay, or what is the position, or you need to know basically which is the rack number where banana was kept. Okay, now to find the rack number where banana was kept, we use index, okay, index function. So I'm just going to comment remaining lines, and now here you see if we want to search any items and we want to know at which position or which index number that item is kept at, then we can make use of index function. Okay, so here I'm going to use fruits, which is a variable name which is having a list of values, and then dot index, and inside that we are passing the variable, or we are passing, you can say, the list of item which we want to search. Okay, so here I want to search banana, so I'm just going to hit Ctrl Enter, and you see the output which we have received is number 5, because you can see here in the list that banana is kept at index position of 5. Okay, so somebody told us that banana was finished in the grocery store and we should now be keeping strawberry on that rack because that rack is empty. Okay, so in that case, our first thing was that to know which rack banana was kept on, so we have searched that banana was kept at rack number 5, and now we are going to assign new fruit names, or we are basically going to keep new fruits at that rack number. Okay, so in order to assign any value to specific element, you can just use the index number and assign any value to that. So here I'm going to do fruits 5 is equal to strawberry, and hit Ctrl Enter, and now basically it has not printed any element or any output because we didn't run print statement, but basically this value has been replaced with strawberry. Okay, so if we now print fruit at position of 5, so I'm just going to comment this before we run this, and now if I want to print fruit element number 5, we are going to get output of strawberry, because now we know bananas are sold out and now strawberry has been kept at the same position where bananas were kept. Now let's say there is a customer came and he's interested in knowing, do you have mangoes in stock in your grocery shop? Okay, so in that case, if we want to answer this question, we can actually search any specific element in our list. Okay, so for example, in this case, I'm actually searching for, let's say we want to search for mango, which is, we know it is at position number 2. So in that case, basically we need to use an if statement. Okay, so here we need to type if and followed by the element which we want to look for, and then we need to type in space fruits, and we need to use this colon. Again, do not worry about this if statement. We are going to learn this in more detail in our upcoming sessions. So for now, basically all you need to know is that if you want to search for a specific element in the list, you can do that. Okay, so here if I want to know if mango is in the stock or not, so I can search this fruit in the list of available fruits, and then let's see what is the output which we receive. Okay, so here if you see, if I hit Control Enter, the output which we receive is that yes, stocks are available. Okay, so as we know, mangoes are still available, so that's the output which we have received. Now we know that bananas were empty and all the bananas are sold out. Now let's search for banana and see what is the output we get. Okay, so in this case I'm going to search for banana and I'm going to hit Control Enter, and now you can see the output which we have received is basically that there is no stocks available and banana is all sold out. Okay, now let's say there is new truck came with banana and now we have stocks again. Okay, so in that case, now as you know that you have already kept strawberry on the same rack where you had actually previously kept banana. So now when banana has come, you do not have any rack available. Okay, you do not have basically the same rack available. You want to keep banana at the last rack which is available. Okay, so in that case you can just use append function. So if you do fruits.append, and here you need to specify the element which you want to append, and in that case that list is going to have new element. Okay, so in this case if I do fruits.append banana and then I print fruits, now you can see that banana has been added in the end of the list. Okay, so if you see the previous output, we didn't have banana at the end of the list, and now we have banana at the end of the list. Okay, and now let's say we want to remove one of the fruits, or we are no longer interested in selling one of the fruits, maybe for whatever reason. Let's say we are not getting enough revenue, or there is not enough benefit in selling that fruit, or let's say that fruit itself is not being grown. In that case, let's say we want to remove that fruit name from the list of available fruits. In that case we can use remove method. Okay, so we are going to say fruits.remove, and we are going to supply the list of item which we want to remove. Okay, so in this case we want to remove mango, and once you do that and press Control Enter, now you see the output which we have received is basically doesn't have fruits called mango. Okay, so there is no fruit called mango in this case. Now let's say that there are all the fruits which are sold out and you just want to empty the list. Okay, so once all the fruits are sold out, you want to make sure that correct value is represented in your list as well. So in that case you can empty all the items in the list by doing fruits.clear. Okay, so once we do fruits.clear and hit Control Enter, you see the output which we receive is an empty list. Okay, so now this list doesn't have any element in the list. Now let's assume there is another use case. In that, let's say we have two branches of our grocery store. We have one branch, let's say in location A, and then we have another branch in location B, okay, which is our second branch. Now we really want to consider all the fruits from branch A and branch B in our stock. Okay, so let's say our second branch fruits still have apple and mango in the stock, and then whatever the fruits, okay, whatever this variable fruits this is from the branch location A. Okay, so in that case basically if I want to see what is the total stock which I have available including branch 1 and branch 2, in that case we can actually just merge the two lists, or basically we can concatenate the two lists, and that can be done by just using plus operator. Okay, so here fruits, fruits is our variable where we had all the fruits, and now we have cleared all that items. And now there is another variable which is again a list variable which is having two elements, apple and mango. So we are merging these two lists, and the final output which we are receiving is apple and mango. Okay, so fruit 1 was empty, however we still have some stock in our second branch, and we still have few fruits like apple and mangoes available in our second branch. Okay, now let's say you had a use case which is like your second store is closed, and whatever the fruits which you had, you want to move from second store to the first store. Okay, so you want to close down the second store and you want to move all the fruits from second store to the first store. In that case, you can use fruits.extend to extend basically first list itself. Okay, so in this case we are not really creating a new variable, we are just extending the list of elements which we had in the first store, basically fruits. Okay, so in the fruits I'm going to do fruits.extend, and in the parentheses we need to provide the second list. Okay, so second list is list of fruits which we had available at second branch fruits. So once we do that, the output which we have received is same. Now let's say we had more number of fruits at a second store. Okay, so I'm just going to copy and paste this here, and let's say rather than this we had more fruits. Let's add banana and durian. Okay, and now hit Control Enter, and now you see that on the first store, or basically fruits list, we have more number of items or fruits available. Okay, so hope these examples were very clear, and if you still have any questions, please feel free to ask in Q&A section, and I'll be more than happy to answer all the queries. Okay, one more important thing which I wanted to tell you is that Python lists are not limited only to 2 dimension. In Python list you can have n dimension. Okay, so you can have 3 dimension, 4 dimension, or basically you can have n number of dimension. So basically you can have list assigned to a list, okay, and so on. I do not want to complicate it, that's why I have kept everything so simple. So in our use case later on, if we require to have 3-dimensional or 4-dimensional list, in that case I'll be explaining that to you. So in this session we are going to be learning about tuple. Some people also call it tuple. So whatever you want to call it, in this session or in this course, throughout the course, I'm just going to call it tuple. So tuples are very similar to lists in Python. Okay, there are few differences, but we can say like 80 to 85% the behavior is exactly the same, or the functions or the methods which we are going to use are exactly the same. So in order to create a tuple, the only difference is that you use parentheses rather than using square brackets. So here you can see we have used parentheses, opening parentheses and closing parentheses, and inside that we have given name of all the fruits, and now this is actually a variable type of tuple. Okay, now in terms of behavior of array, it remains the same. So we are still going to have the it is still going to be stored as an index. Okay, and it is still going to be have array index. Okay, so if you want to traverse or if you want to find out any element at any of the index position, you still can do that. Okay, so if you are running this code in Jupyter Notebook, the behavior is going to be same. So for example, here you can see I have run fruits and this code, and the output which we have received is with the parentheses. In the case of list, we had received the output with the square brackets. Okay, so that was the difference. And now let's say if you want to fetch the element or the first element, in that case you are going to use fruits, along with the square bracket you are going to use 0. Again remember, here you are defining index number. Okay, so here regardless of whether you are using list or whether you are using tuple, you need to provide index number in a square bracket. Okay, so it's not like that here if you are using tuple and here you are using parentheses, so here also you need to provide parentheses. That's not the case. This number is denoting array index. Okay, so this is always going to be in square brackets. So now let's say if you want first element or first character for first element, in that case you still can use fruits, and inside that you can use square bracket 0 and then you can use square bracket 0 again. Okay, this will give you A because as you can see first character of first element is A. Now again you can perform the same slicing operation which you could have performed in list, and syntax is exactly the same. Now here you can see we interested in knowing first three characters of first element, and in this case when we use fruits 0, which is going to tell us the first element, and then for second we are like for getting the first three character we are slicing it in the second square bracket from 0, which is the starting range, until 3, and the output which we have received is APP, okay, which is first three letters of apple. Now let's understand what is the difference or what is the feature of tuple. Okay, so tuple is unchangeable. Now in case of list, once you defined a list, you could add new value or you could update any existing value. Now in case of tuple, you will not be able to do that. So let's say if I try to replace this apple with any other value in tuple, I'm going to get error. Or if I try to add any new element in this fruits, I'm going to get error. Okay, so tuples once defined, it is going to be unchangeable. So whenever you are having a use case or whenever you are creating a program and you don't want a list to be changed, okay, or basically you don't want list of items to be changing once you define it, in that case you must be using tuple. Now the other thing which we have already seen, that it is written with round brackets rather than using square brackets. And the other thing is, third thing is that it can be used as a key in dictionary data types. Now this we are going to discuss when we are using a dictionary data type. But the thing is, since this is not changeable, so we can use this tuple in dictionary data type as well. Now list cannot be used in dictionary data type. Okay, so basically list cannot be used as a key in dictionary data type, whereas tuple can be. Now tuple takes less memory. So if you store same amount of data in a list or in a tuple, you will notice that tuple has consumed little lesser memory when compared to lists. Okay, and also tuple creation is faster. Let's say if you wanted to create a list and a tuple with 1 million items, you will notice tuple creation is way faster than creation of lists. So these are some of the scenarios in which you can prefer to use tuple rather than using lists. Now let's do some hands-on and see how this is going to work. Okay, so I'm back to the same program which we have used for lists. Now the only thing which I have done is I have replaced square brackets with these parentheses. Okay, now this is going to behave as a tuple. So once you assign elements or values in a tuple, press Ctrl Enter, and then you can also, if you want, you can do a type statement. Okay, so I'm going to run a type function on these fruits, and then let's see what is the output which we receive. Okay, so here you can see the output which we have received is class tuple. So basically this is confirming that this variable is of tuple data type. Now again, to print all the elements of a tuple, you just need to write the print statement and use the tuple inside that. And here you can see that it has given us the output, and output is surrounded by parentheses. Okay. And here again, if you wanted to fetch the first element, you could just do it by providing the index number. If you want the last element, you can just do that by providing -1. Now if you want to see list of last 5 elements, you can still do it by using -5, and so -5 is the starting range, and then providing colon, and then providing no value in the end range. That is going to traverse from last 5 element until 0th position. Okay, so it is exactly the same how we have done it in case of list. Okay, and if we want to see first 5 elements, then we can do that by providing 0 to 5. If you want to see first 2 elements, you can change from 0 to 2, and it is going to show you first 2 elements. Okay, now here is the thing. I'm just going to comment this assignment. Okay, and let's first see this index. So index is still going to work the same way. So fruits.index banana is basically going to tell us at which position or which index number banana is. Okay, so here you can see in the output that banana is available at 5th position. That's why when we executed this code, we got the output of 5. Now let's say you want to change this element whichever at 5th position to strawberry fruit. Okay, so when I try to run this fruit 5 equal to strawberry, if you remember, in case of list it worked fine, we didn't get any error and it worked absolutely fine. Now here in this case I'm going to press Ctrl Enter and you will notice that we have received error which is saying tuple object does not support item assignment. Okay, so that's the thing, that's the difference which we were talking about. In tuple, once you create a tuple, you cannot change the elements inside that tuple. Okay, now remaining all other things are going to work the same way. Okay, so here also if you want to search an item in a tuple or you want to see whether the item exists or not, you can run same line of code which we had executed for list. So here if you can see, we are checking whether banana exists in fruits which is a tuple or not. So here you can see the output which we have received is yes, stocks are available. Okay, now this append function is not going to work, as you know that we cannot change the value. So append function is supposed to be adding a new element. Okay, and since in tuple it is not allowed, so if you try to run this, you are going to get the same error. So anything which is resulting in changing the value of a tuple is not going to work, and remaining all other things are going to be exactly the same like a list. Okay, so now I'm going to take you to another example. Okay, let's see, here we have a list which is called fruits. Okay, and in that list we have these 4 items: apple, banana, mango and strawberry. And now let's say fruit and you created one more variable which is called fruit inventory, and in the fruit inventory you assigned fruits. Okay, which is basically a list which contains all of the fruits here. And now you wanted to make sure that you don't change fruits. That's why you actually created a new variable and you made a change in the first element of a new variable and assigned it value of kiwi. Okay, so let's run first cell. So you can see this is the output which we have received. Now I'm going to run second cell, and in the second cell we have not received any output because we just assigned kiwi to this new variable which is called fruit inventory. And now let's print the element 0th element of fruits. Okay, which is the first element of fruits. What do you think will be the output? Okay, so if you guessed output will be apple, then you were wrong. Output is actually kiwi. Okay, so you saw what happened here. Actually, whenever you assign a list to any variable, so that new variable actually starts pointing to the same list. So whenever someone changes anything in that variable, it actually impacts or affects that list values. Okay, so in this case, let's say you had developed a very large program. In that program multiple people were working and there were some items which you didn't want to change. Okay, so in that case you would have used tuple rather than using list. Okay, so in that case if somebody would have tried to change it, it would have given error by saying that tuple cannot be changed or modified. So now here we are going to see how exactly items are stored in memory. Okay, it is not going to be stored exactly same in the memory, but for me it is going to be easier to explain to you guys, and also for to you it is going to be very easy to understand this way. Okay, so basically all the lists are having some block number. Okay, so here when we created fruits variable, in that case that fruits variable was pointing to block number this in the memory. Okay, and this block number having list of elements. Okay, and then when we created new variable fruit inventory and assigned whatever was in the fruits to fruit inventory, in that case fruit inventory also started pointing to the same block number. That's the reason when you made change in when you made change in the first element, okay, and assigned it value of kiwi, actually it changed the value here, okay, and assigned kiwi. And when you use print fruits 0, so basically fruits was also pointing to same block number and it gave you output of kiwi rather than apple, okay. Now there is a way to check ID number or block number, you can say, for each variable in Python, and for that you need to use ID. Okay, so here if you use print ID fruits, in that case you can see that whatever number you are going to get, that is the number going to be for that block of that variable. Okay, so in this case for fruits and fruit inventory, for both we get the same ID, okay, which proves the concept that both of these variables were actually pointing to the same block number. So now let's see how much memory list and tuple occupy whenever we store elements inside list or tuple. Okay, so here I'm using import sys statement. So this is basically required when we want to run get size of, okay, get size of a function. In this case you don't really need to worry about this. The only thing which you need to know is that we are actually having two variables. One is called fruits list, other is called fruits tuple, and we have assigned exactly the same number of elements or same number of fruits to list as well as to tuple. And now you can see that we are going to print what is the size taken by each of these variables. Okay, so here I'm printing what is the size taken by fruits list, and here I'm printing what is the size taken by fruits tuple. So now let's run this program and see what is the output which we receive. Okay, so here you can see that the size taken by list is more, which is 656, and the size taken by tuple is less. Okay, so here we hardly have around, let's say, 13 fruits. That's why if you see a difference is not much, okay, but still we have some significant amount of difference. Now just consider if you had to store 1 million elements or 1 million items. In that case the memory which it had consumed or list had consumed would have been very higher than what tuple had consumed. Okay, so these are some of the differences between list and tuple. So if you have any query, feel free to ask in Q&A section. I'll be more than happy to answer. So in this session we are going to be talking about Python dictionary data types. So as of now we already know how to create list, how to create a tuple, and we also know that in order to create a list we use square brackets, and in order to create tuple we use parentheses. Now in order to create dictionary all we need to use is curly braces. Okay, so in this case let's say I'm going to create a variable which is called xyz, and I'm going to create a dictionary, okay, which is not going to have any value for now. So to create a dictionary you just need to use starting curly brace and closing curly brace, okay, and press Ctrl Enter. Now you have successfully created a variable with dictionary data type. Now if you want to see the data type you can use type function by providing the variable name, and we also want to print it, so use print statement and press Ctrl Enter, and now you can see that it is showing that this variable is of type dict, okay, which is dictionary data type in Python. Now to assign a value to a dictionary, first you need to know what is the structure of a dictionary. Okay, so dictionary always stores value in the form of key value pair. Okay, so you are going to have a key and there is going to be a value, okay, and this value is going to be associated with a key. So for example, if I talk about a person is going to have a name, and person is going to have age, person is going to have some other characteristics. Okay, so when you have information or when you have data structure like this, in that case you can store it in a dictionary data type. Dictionary is very popularly used because whenever you are dealing with XML or JSON, in that case whatever the outcome comes from XML or JSON, you usually store in dictionary, because XML and JSON is also key value pair. Okay, so let's say how we can add value in XYZ variable. Now to add an element in a dictionary, all you need to do is you need to specify that variable, and along with this square brackets, you need to specify the key name. So for example, here let's say I'm going to define a new key which is called name, and we are going to assign some name to this. Okay, so let's call it John, and let's also print it. Okay, and I'm just going to add one more key which is called age. So I'm just going to copy paste this and going to replace name with age, and let's say age is 60 years. Okay, so let's press Ctrl Enter and see what's the output which we receive. So now you can see we have a dictionary which is having two key. One key is called name, the other key is called age, and these are the values associated with that key. Now there is something I have found, best Python dictionary formatter. Okay, so let's say if I copy this and paste it here, and when we click on beautify or format, we actually see this in a nice format. And if you want to see output in a proper format, or let's say if you want to format the dictionary output, in that case you can use this. This is going to be a little simpler in order to understand dictionary values. So we will be using it when we create nesting or nested dictionary. Okay, so I'm going back to our example. So now you know that how we can create a dictionary and how we can add new element to it. Now let's say at the time of creation itself you wanted to add these information. Okay, so I'm going to remove all of these, or let it be here. Let's create one more variable and let's call it ABC, and here we can again start and close curly braces, and you can also press enter. So here now you can start typing your key value pairs. Now let's say we want to add a name which is called let's call it Steve, and let's enter age, and let's keep gender as well, and let's print it. Okay, we have got some error because we didn't use comma. Okay, so for one key value pair to another key value pair you need to use comma. So this is one key value pair, and after this we need to use comma, and after age again we need to use comma, and for the last element you don't need to use comma. Now press Ctrl Enter and you can see the output. So this is how at the time of defining a variable you can also assign value in a dictionary data type. Now let's get to some real example, and I have already created a dictionary which is having employee information. So here let's say we want to store information regarding one employee, and the name of the employee is John Smith, and we have information about age, date of joining, and employee number of this employee. Now let's say that this employee resigns, okay, and we need to update his last working day. So right now if you see we do not have any information about this employee's last working day, because this information is only going to be available when employee has resigned. So now let's say this employee has resigned and we want to add a new value which is called last working day. So now you already know that to do that all we need to do is we are going to do employee info 1, and in the square brackets we are going to provide last working day. Let's call it LWD, and let's assign some value here. So let's call it 2020, and let's make it 31st of July 2020. Okay, hit enter, and now this value has been assigned. And if you want to print employee information again, you can use print employee underscore info underscore 1, and now you can see that we have information about employee name, age, date of joining, employee number, and also his last working day. Now let's say you want to remove one of the items from dictionary. So the syntax for that is you need to use pop. So pop method will allow you to remove one of the items from the dictionary. Okay, so I'm just going to create few empty cell. And now here, let's say we want to remove last working day related information. Okay, so I'm going to do employee info _1.pop, and here we need to provide the key name. Now key name for this is LWD, so I'm going to copy this and provide it here. Again, remember, key needs to be in quotes, either it can be in single or double quote, but it must be quoted. And then we are going to print employee info 1 again. Okay, now press Ctrl Enter and you can see this employee's last working date related information has been removed. Now let's say rather than removing any specific key, you just wanted to remove last item. In that case, you could have also used pop item. So what pop item will do is it is going to remove last item from the dictionary. Okay, so in this case now you see last item which is available is employee number. So if I run this, it is going to remove employee number from this dictionary. So let's also print this after removing. So I'm going to add print statement and let's press Ctrl Enter and see what happens. So did you see, now we only have information about name and age and date of joining. We do not have employee number and last working day. Last working day we had already removed by using pop, and then we removed the last element by using pop item. So now other important thing which we are going to learn about is nested dictionary. So here you saw we created a dictionary with employee info 1, and now let's say we have details of all the employees. Okay, we have detail of first employee, we have detail of second employee, and let's print both of them one by one. So this is first employee information and this is second employee information. Now let's say you want to create a dictionary which contains information about all the employees. Okay, so that is going to be called a nested dictionary. So here you can see I have created another dictionary variable which is called all employee info, and here we have assigned key element which is called employee 01, and employee 01 is having value of employee _ info _ 1, which itself is having value of these. Okay, so this is basically nesting of all the employees or nesting of dictionary inside a dictionary. So once you have syntax like this, you can get details of all the employees by just printing all employee info. So in this case, if I print all employee info, the output which we receive is this. Now since this is nested, it may be difficult for you to understand by just looking at it. So I'm just going to copy it and going to use this Python formatter. Going to paste this here and then click on beautify or format. Now you can see that we have information about EMP01 and EMP02. These are the keys which we had declared here, EMP01 and EMP02. And here in the value we have information of employee info 1. So now employee info 1 has been replaced with all the values which were available here. So here you can see this is the employee info which we have, and this is the employee info which we have for second employee. Now one thing to remember is that all the key doesn't need to be equal in both of these cases. So for example, let's say if employee 1 had resigned, okay, as we had done in this case. So I'm just going to update it again by providing last working day information, and then we are going to print this all employee info again. Now here if you notice, for employee info 01 we are going to have information about last working day, and for employee 02 we do not have information about last working day. That is because employee 02 has not resigned. Okay, so a dictionary can have nested dictionary, and those nested dictionary doesn't need to have same number of key value pairs. Okay, that can have any number of key value pairs. Now, if we want to see whether some item or some information exists in a dictionary or not, in that case you can again use the same syntax which we had used for list. So let's say in this case I wanted to see whether employee name exists or not. In that case I could have done if name in employee info underscore 1. So what this is going to do is this is going to search whether the key name exists in this dictionary or not, and then it is going to print this statement. So let's press Ctrl Enter, and now we can see that it is saying name exists. So basically it was able to find this key in this dictionary and it given us this output. Now let's say if we are searching for something which is not available, something like address, and press Ctrl Enter. Now in this case we do not see any output because this statement is false, because address doesn't exist here, as we can see. So in this session we are going to be talking about integer, float and boolean data type. So to create a variable which is having value of integer, all you have to do is define a variable name and assign a numeric value. So in this case I'm going to define a variable and assigning it a value of 10, and if we print xyz we are going to get output as 10, and if we print type of xyz we are going to get output of class int. So this is an integer data type. Integer data type is very much used whenever you want to perform some arithmetic operations such as addition, subtraction, multiplication and so on. Let's say I want to add some value to this xyz. In that case I can simply do xyz equal to xyz plus 2. So whatever number I have I'm going to add plus 2 in that, and let's see what is the output which we have now. I'm going to do print xyz again, and once we hit Ctrl Enter we have received output of 12 because xyz was initialized with a value of 10 and then we added 2, and final outcome which we have is 12. So similarly if you want to assign a value of decimal, you can do that as well. In this case let's assign it value of decimal type, and let's see what's the output which we get. So here you can see that once we assign a decimal value we get class of float as an output. So float is basically just decimal numbers, and here if you want to perform any arithmetic operations you can do that as well. So I'm going to do xyz is equal to xyz plus 10, and we need to print it again. So now you see we have added 10 to whatever value we had initially. Now in this case notice if I do print xyz again, I'm sorry, what I meant is that if we do print type xyz again, the value which we have is still float. Okay, so if you add any integer number to a float number, the final outcome is still going to be float data type. Now let's learn about very important data type which is boolean. Boolean is very much used whenever you are trying to perform any conditional or flow control related task. So in order to define a boolean, all we need to do is create a variable and assign it either true or false value. Boolean can take only two values. It can take either true value or it can take false. So here you see when I type true, it actually turned to green. So true is also a keyword. And now if I do print type XYZ, now you can see output is class of bool, and we can change it to false and do control enter again, and still the output is class of bool. So this is a boolean data type. Now we are going to use it whenever we are performing if statement, for statement, or any other conditional statement. So we are going to see all of these use cases in our upcoming sessions. So in this session we are going to be talking about Python operators. So Python operators are the one which is really the backbone of Python programming. Operators operate on either variables or values. So here you can see we have different type of operators available in Python. We have assignment operator, we have arithmetic operator, we have comparison operator, logical operator, identity, and membership operator. So let's go through all of these operators one by one and understand them. So assignment operator is the one which is being used whenever we are assigning any value to a variable. So if you remember, as of now, in many of our sessions we have created a variable and also assigned some value. So at that time we were using assignment operator. So this equal to is nothing but assignment operator in this case. So here we are assigning value of 5 to this variable XYZ, and in next case we are adding plus 5 to XYZ and assigning it back to XYZ. So all of these are case of assignment operator. Now let's move on to arithmetic. So whenever you want to perform any arithmetic operations, you need to make use of arithmetic operators. And this is really very self-explanatory. So whenever you want to perform any addition, you need to use arithmetic plus operator. And whenever you want to perform any subtraction, you need to use minus operator. And similarly for multiplication, division, and modulus, you need to use their corresponding arithmetic operators. So we are going to use these things whenever we are programming or whenever we are doing any real-time programming, or whenever we are going to do any arithmetic operations. Now let's come to comparison operator. Comparison operator is also very commonly used whenever we have to do some kind of flow control and whenever we have to do some kind of decision making. So for example, let's say you want to go to a Play Store, and there if you see the price of PlayStation is less than $300, in that case you want to buy PlayStation. So basically what you are doing is you are checking the price is less than or equal to $300, and then you are making a decision of purchasing PlayStation. So what actually you are using is you are using comparison operator, and the comparison operator which we are using in this case is less than equal to. For greater than or less than, these are going to be used with arithmetic operations. So usually you compare price of two products, or usually you do some kind of comparison. In that case you can make use of greater than or less than operator. Again we have greater than, equal to, and less than equal to. These are self-explanatory. So greater than will only consider any value which is greater than some value, and greater than equal to will consider any value which is either greater than or equal to some value. Now let's move on to logical operators. So in logical operator we have three types of different logical operators. We have AND, OR, and NOT logical operators. So logical operators are used in conjunction with comparison operator. So for example, let's say we want to see two conditions. Let's say we want to buy PlayStation, but we only want to buy PlayStation if the price of PlayStation is less than $300, and also we have PlayStation in white color available. So in that case what we are doing is we are checking two conditions. First condition is we are checking whether the price of PlayStation is less than $300, that is condition number 1, and then we are using logical operator and then we are checking color available is equal to white or not. So once both of these logical conditions are satisfied, in that case only we are going to buy PlayStation. So this is some of the example which actually I'm giving you from real time or real life. And these logical operators are going to be used very frequently in conjunction with comparison operator. Now comparison and these logical operators, or most of these operators, go hand in hand. You mostly combine all of these operators or most of these operators in order to perform some sort of programming. Now let's talk about identity operator. I guess by now you have been already familiar with this identity operator. So whenever we want to see whether one variable is equal to another variable or not, in that case we make use of identity variable. So in this case XYZ I have assigned a value of John, and ABC also I have assigned value of John. So we want to see whether XYZ is ABC or not, basically both are same or not. In that case we can write condition like if XYZ is ABC. So here is an identity operator. Now moving on to membership operator also we have used in list, in tuple, whenever we wanted to see whether a member exists in the list or not. So here if you recall our example of whether banana exists in fruit list or not, in that case we had checked if banana in fruits. Here in is membership operator, and rather than in you can also use not in, and that is going to check whether banana is not in fruits. So that is how you play around with membership operator. So all of these different type of operators we are going to make use of while we are programming. So hope everything about operator is clear. If you have any question, feel free to ask me. I'm not going to really just type all of these operator in Jupyter Notebook and show it to you. So we are going to make use of this in program, and at that time I'm going to explain you which is the operator which we are using. However, some of these we have already used and some of these we are going to make use of in our upcoming sessions. So in this session we are going to talk about how we can receive inputs from user and then we can show it back to the user. Typically when you develop a real-time project, in that project you take input from user and then you store it somewhere. Probably you store it in a database, or you store it in a, let's say, caching, or let's say you store it in a file. So this is just a building block for those kind of programs. So let's take an example. You have a sign up page or registration page, and in that page you take information about username and user email ID and you store it somewhere. Okay, so whatever we are going to learn is building block for those kind of scenarios. So in Python, to receive user input we have a function which is called input. So I'm going to create a variable which is going to be called name, and we are going to say name is equal to input. So here input is a function. Whenever we type input, it is going to wait for user to type some line. And now if I run this, it is just going to ask user to enter something. So let's say I just do control enter, and you can see now in Jupyter Notebook we can see here an option where user can type. Okay, so this is actually waiting for user input. Let's say I type, since I do not have any message here, okay, so we do not know what is expected to be typed. So let's say I just type something and hit enter, and that's it. It didn't really show anything, or it didn't really do anything with this input. Okay, so that's why it is important that whenever you ask something from user, you let them know what is the kind of information which you are looking for. So I'm going to use print statement, and here I'm going to say please provide your name, or let's call it full name. Okay, so user is going to enter its full name, and that full name is going to be stored in name variable, or let's change this variable name also to full name. And then let's ask for user age, or let's ask user's email ID, and let's store it in email_id variable, and then let's print it back to the user. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use print statement, and here we are going to write thank you for registration. Your email ID is, and here we are going to use plus and going to print email ID. Okay, we don't want to print username back, we just let's say want to print user's email ID, and that's it. Now I'm just going to do control enter, and here you see it is saying please provide your full name. Now I know what is the name to be provided, and let's say this is the name of the user, and hit enter, and once you hit enter it is asking please provide your email ID. So let's provide email ID, hit enter again, and now you see this line, thank you for registration, your email ID is johnsmith@itpanther.com. So this is how you can receive input from user, and then you can respond back with whatever the message or whatever prompt you want to display. Now to continue with our example, let's say we want to develop a program. In that program we request user to enter two numbers, and then we add those two numbers and show the result back to the user. Okay, so let's see how we can create that kind of program using input function. So I'm going to click on plus to create a new cell, and here let's say we are going to create a variable which is called first number, and then we have another variable which is called second number, and here I'm going to use input, and for second number also I'm going to use input, and let's do a print statement, please enter a number, and here I'm going to do please enter second number. Now let's see if this works or whether it gives us any error. So in the print statement I'm going to do first number plus second number. What do you think? Is it going to run or it's not going to run? Let's hit control enter, and now it is asking for a number. So let's provide it a number. I'm just going to enter 20 and hit enter, and then it is asking for second number. So let's enter 10, hit enter, and you see the output which we have received is 2010. We have not received 30, which was the expected, which is what we were expecting, because this is a program to add two numbers. Or whenever you receive any information using input function, that is being treated as a string, that doesn't being treated as a numeric number. So that's the reason that this is actually concatenating 20 plus 10, and you are seeing 2010 rather than seeing 20 plus 10 which is equal to 30. So now to get rid of this you can again use typecasting. So in this case I'm going to convert whatever the input received to integer, and again here also we can type int. So there are many ways. Either you can cast this input itself. So second approach would be that you can cast the number here in print statement. Okay, so here I can do something like this, and then it is also going to work exactly the same way. Okay, so let me comment this line, and we will see both of these approaches. Let me print it the older way what we had. Okay, and let's do control enter and see how it works. So now it is asking for a number, I'm going to enter 20. It's asking for second number, I'm going to enter 10, hit enter again, and now you see we have result 30. Now let's see the other approach. Now I'm going to remove this casting from here, and then we are just going to use casting in the print statement. So this is no longer required. We can comment this, and this line we can uncomment, and here we have done casting. Okay, so just before adding the numbers we are casting, and then we are showing the result to the user. So here hit control enter, and it is asking for a number, so let's enter 20. Second number, let's enter 10. So now you can see we have the same result which we had in previous case. Okay, so as a programmer you can really decide where you want to do casting. However, it is best approach that whenever you are taking the information, that time itself, if you want to deal with numeric number, you can just cast the numbers. So thank you for watching. Hope everything was clear. If you have any questions, please feel free to write in Q&A session. We are going to use these a lot whenever we are going to develop real-time programs. So in this session, we are going to learn about if-else statement. So if-else statements really control the flow of your program. So for example, in certain scenarios, you want to do some condition checks before you want your code to execute. In those cases, you need to make use of if-else statements. So to give you a simple example, let's say you want to rewrite a program in order to add two numbers and you are requesting user to enter two numbers. However, let's say user actually did not enter number, rather he entered a string. In that case, your program is going to give you error if you have not performed any condition checks. So it is always beneficial that you perform if condition check by seeing that the number which user has entered is actually a number. Now when you write if-else statement, there is a concept of indentation. Here now you can see the syntax of if is very simple. You need to use if and followed by opening and close parentheses, and inside that parentheses you need to give some condition check. So that condition check can be like you want to check whether one number is equal to another number, or certain condition is equal to certain other condition, or things like that. So once you give that condition, and after the closing bracket you need to use colon and then hit enter. Now once you hit enter, you will notice that line is beginning from this position. It is not beginning from start of this line, and that is because of the indentation. In Python, indentation is used to separate one block with another. So here whatever the piece of code which has written inside if condition is a separate block, and it is only going to get executed whenever the if condition is true. And in case whatever is written inside if condition is false or not matching, in that case whatever is written inside if block is not going to get executed, and whatever is written in the else block, that is the one which is going to get executed. Now we do have something which is called nested if statement. So let's have a look in that. And before that, hope I made indentation very clear. So basically this is one block, and then we have another block which is for else statement. Now let's move on to nested if else statement. Now here you see that we have outer if statement, and once this statement is satisfied, or this condition check is satisfied, or it is true, in that case it is going to move to next piece of code, and in the next piece of code again basically we are writing another if statement. Okay, so we have one if statement inside another if statement, and that is called nested if statement. Now here understand the block. So whatever you have written inside first if block is called one first block, and then you have some piece of code written inside second if block. Okay, so that is going to be your second block. Now notice here that whatever the number of spaces you have given, you need to make that consistent. If let's say here you give 3 spaces and for the next line you give 4 spaces or 5 spaces, in that case you are going to get error that indentation is not proper. Okay, so we are going to see this when we are going to code some program. So hope until now everything is pretty clear. If you have any question, feel free to ask in Q&A section. I'll be more than happy to answer. Now let's move on to some hands-on session, and let's write a program and understand this concept in a better way. So now I'm back to Jupyter Notebook, and here hopefully I have made this already very clear. Now you understand that this space which you see in the beginning of second if statement is actually called indentation, and similarly after else statement you see there is some leading spaces. These are called indentation. Now let's write a program to perform division of two numbers. So in that case I'm going to create variables which is called first number, and then I'm going to create another variable which is called second number, and here we are going to ask users to enter numbers. So that's why I'm writing input statements, and before both of these input statements we also want to print some message. So let's tell user to enter first number, and enter second number. So user is going to enter two numbers and we are going to do a division and going to return the result back to the user. Division of this number is, and then below we are going to show the result. So here what we need to do is first number and divided by second number. So here we are actually making use of arithmetic operator which we have learned in operator session. So this slash is denoting arithmetic operator which is division operator. So now I'm going to press Ctrl Enter and now it is asking for first number. So let's enter a number. Let's enter 20. Hit enter and then it is asking for second number. I'm going to give 2. Hit enter and now it is saying division of this number is. Now you saw we got error. So this is again same error which is saying that we are using operator on string. Okay, because whatever number which we have received using input function, these are being treated as a string, so we need to do typecasting. Let's do casting here. So I'm going to convert it to int and now let's run this program again and going to enter 20 and 2 and this time we have the result. Now let's execute this program again and see what can go wrong with this program. So let's hit Ctrl Enter again and this time let's say rather than giving number I actually entered some string and press enter and now you see that we have received some error. What is happening is that we are trying to cast a string into integer and which is resulting in an error. Okay, so rather than writing our program like this, we should have done certain validation by using if statement. And now I'm going to introduce if statement and here I'm going to write if and we are going to see if first number is numeric. There is a method in string class which is called isNumeric and this is basically going to give us true or false. It is going to give us true if all the characters which are entered are number and it is going to give false if any of the character which is entered is non-numeric character. Okay, so here what we are saying is that if whatever first number entered is numeric, in that case we are going to execute second line and that is going to be another if statement which is if second number is numeric as well, then only we are going to perform a division. Okay, so here I'm going to write this division inside this block. So now here what is happening is we have one if condition which is checking whether the first number which is entered is numeric or not. If it is numeric, it is going to execute second piece of line and second piece of line is again another if condition which is checking that second number is also numeric or not. And if it is numeric, in that case only we are going to print this division. Okay, let me also write this print message here. Okay, now what is going to happen if second number is not a number, okay, or not a numeric? In that case we need to write else statement corresponding to this if statement. Okay, so now you notice this if and this else are beginning in the same block. Okay, so here after else you need to give colon, hit enter and here you can print a message that second number is not numeric. Okay, so rather than printing division we are saying that second number is not numeric. Please run program again and enter numeric number and enter numeric. Okay, now let's say what is going to happen if first number itself is not numeric. We also want to print certain message in that case as well. So I'm going to write another else statement and this time I'm going to write else statement here. So this else statement is for outer if block. So you can see this if is in sequence or aligned with this else statement. Okay, so this else is only going to execute if this first statement is turns out to be a false statement. So here we are going to write another print statement and going to say that first number is not numeric. And now I'm going to remove whatever we have written here. Okay, so now in this case you see we are performing validation, and based on that only we are showing the result. So let's hit Control Enter and let's see how it works. And again, one thing which I'm going to do here is I'm going to take out this integer casting from here. So we are receiving input from user, and here once we made a check that whatever the number user has entered is numeric, then only we are going to perform casting. So you can only perform numeric operations when you have done casting to numeric or float data type. So here we are doing casting for first number, and inside this we are going to do casting for second number. I'm sure this program for a beginner it might look little bit complex, but actually it is not complex. It is very simple. If you want to pause, you can pause here and try to understand this program. It is very simple, so it is very logical as well. We are actually taking one number and then we are doing a validation that whether all the letters which user has entered is numeric or not. If it is numeric, then we are casting that number and assigning it back to the same variable. And again for second number also we are doing the same thing, and then we are doing first number divided by second number and printing the result to the user. And if first number or second number is not numeric, then we are printing these messages and asking user to run the program again. So I'm going to run this program and let's see how it works. So it is asking for first number. I'm going to enter 20. Now here we have received some error, so let's see what is that error. So the error which we have got, it is saying that int object has no attribute is numeric. So let's see what is happening. Okay, so here basically we are performing second number dot is numeric and user has not entered a second number. So let's write one more statement here, which is second number is equal to input. So now let's run this program again and see what is the output which we get. So it is asking for first number, let's enter 20. Now it is saying enter second number, let's enter 2. And once we hit enter again, we have got the output. Now let's run it again, and in the first number let's give some string. So I'm going to give John, hit enter, and now you see that it has not proceeded further and it has given us the statement that first number is not numeric, please run program again and enter numeric. Okay, so it validated this statement, and after that it understood that whatever user has entered is a non-numeric, and that's why whatever was written inside this if block has not been executed and else block has been executed, and we have received this statement as an output. Now let's run this again, and for first number I'm going to give numeric and then hit enter, and for second number let's give some name and hit enter. And now you see again we have not got the division. What we have got is second number is not numeric, please run program again and enter numeric. Okay, so that's how actually you are ensuring that you are doing some validation check before performing division. Now there is still one error in this case which I'm going to tell you, and so let's do control enter, and let's say first number which is entered is 20, and let's say second number which is entered is 0, and what do you think is going to happen? Let's hit enter and see. So here you saw it actually moved on to performing division, and then once it was doing division it understood that division is performed by 0, because as you know division by 0 is not possible. So we should have put one more condition by checking that whatever number which user has entered should be greater than 0. Okay, so in that case what we could have done is we have put one more if statement inside this, which is going to say or going to make sure that whatever the number which user has entered should be greater than 0. So I leave it up to you in order to enhance this program and make sure that whatever possible validation is you have made sure that all of those validation is done before we make sure that this our program of division is bulletproof and it is going to work in all the conditions or all the scenarios. Again, if there is any confusion or if you want to understand certain thing, please feel free to write in Q&A section and I'll be more than happy to answer. So in this session, we are going to be talking about while loops. So loops in a programming language provides you an ability to perform the same operation again and again until certain condition is met. So by certain condition, what I mean is that there is exit condition defined. So for example, typically in a music player, music will keep on playing until and unless you click on the close button and close the music player. So closing is an exit condition. So similarly, let's say if you want to write a program which keeps on adding two numbers, okay, in that case you want user to keep on adding two numbers until and unless user quits or until and unless user says that he no longer wants to continue performing the operation. So these kind of actions can be done using loops. Now there are two loops which are available in Python. Those are called while loop and for loop. So first we are going to discuss about while loop. Then in next session we are going to discuss about for loop. So almost all the types of loops in any of the programming languages require two things. One is entry criteria and the other is exit criteria. So for any loop to function properly, you will need an entry criteria and an exit criteria. So while loop is also no different. In this also we will need one entry criteria and one exit criteria. Now let's say you want to print number from 1 until 20. In that case, how you can make use of while loop? Let's try to understand. So let's say we have a variable which is called counter and this counter is starting with 1. And in this case, I'm going to start a while loop and I'm going to say until and unless counter is less than equal to 20. And then notice this is the syntax of while loop. Okay, so you give while is the keyword here, and then you do some condition checks. So here what we are doing is we are telling this counter variable, as long as this counter variable is less than equal to 20, keep on performing certain action. So after while loop we need to give this colon and hit enter. Now you will notice again indentation has kicked in and whatever we are going to write, that is going to be written inside this block. And here I'm going to write print counter. So now what do you think is going to happen when this program runs? Now when we are running this program, what is going to happen is that initially value of counter is equal to 1, and then when this line is going to get evaluated, in that case processor is going to see basically that counter is less than equal to 20. So basically this is true because counter is equal to 1, which is less than equal to 20, and then it is going to print the value of counter, which is going to be 1. Now this action is going to keep on continuing until and unless there is one exit criteria is met. So in this case, as you can see, if we just run the program here, this is going to result into endless loop, and the program is just going to keep on running and it is keep on printing numeric 1 rather than printing anything else. Whereas what we are looking for is that after each iteration we want to increment the value of counter. So what we need to do is we need to perform one increment operation. So we are going to say counter is equal to counter plus 1. So after each line or after each execution, value of counter is going to get incremented, and eventually counter will be is equal to 20 and it will try to exceed more than 20 in that iteration, and then it will come out of this while loop. So now let's run this program and see what is the output which we get. So I'm going to do control enter, and now you can see once I did control enter, we have value from 1 until 20. Now again, let's say if you want to print every second number, in that case you could have incremented counter by 2, and if you do control enter, this time you see you have got 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, okay, which is you have printed all the odd numbers. Now let's say if you wanted to print all the even numbers, in that case you could have initiated counter by 2, and if I run the same program again, this time you see we see list of all the even numbers. So basically this program has one entry criteria, which is this, and then it has one exit criteria, which is this one, which is telling counter should be less than equal to 20. If it is not less than equal to 20, then this while loop is going to exit. So what happens after this while loop is exited? In that case, whatever the next statement is, which is after this while block, is going to get executed. So here let's say we want to print program has finished. So after this while loop is completed, whatever the next line is, that is going to keep on executing. So let's run this program again and see the output. So now you can see the output which we have got is list of all the even numbers, and last statement is saying that program has finished. Now with the same concept, let's try to create a program which is going to ask user whether user wants to perform addition of two numbers, and then user has to respond with yes or no, and if user says yes, then he is going to be asked to enter two numbers, and then program is going to perform addition and going to reply the result back to the user. So for this, what we need to do is we need to have one entry criteria. So in this case, let's say our entry criteria is user response, and that user response should be either yes or no. So yes means user wants to perform addition, and no means user doesn't want to perform addition and wants to exit from the program. So initially I'm going to initialize user response with yes, and now notice I'm going to write while statement, and here I'm going to say while user response is equal to. So now we are performing. Now here we are not using assignment operator, here we are using logical operator, and here that's why we need to give double equal to, and we need to say yes. So what this is going to do is this is going to check that user response is equal to yes or not. If it is not equal to yes, then it is going to quit this while loop. So here hit enter, and let's ask user to enter two numbers. So I'm going to write print statement and going to tell user to enter first number, and then we are going to create a variable which is called first number, and here we are going to keep user response, and remember you need to cast it to integer, and now we need to do the same for second number. And this variable I'm going to call second number, and we are going to do casting as well. And now we have asked user to enter two numbers, and here we are going to print the result. So we are going to say addition of two numbers are, and then we are going to use this curly braces because we are going to use format function, and inside the format function I'm going to provide first number plus second number. Now notice you could have done something like result equal to first number plus second number, and here in the format you would have printed result. Okay, so both are fine, and I'm just going to comment this line, and I'm going to now use result. Okay, so both the statements are fine. Whatever method you want to choose, you can choose that method. So now you see that user has entered two numbers, and then we are returning the program, or we are basically adding those two numbers, and whatever the result is, we are showing it back to the user. Now again we want to ask user whether he wants to continue or not. So here we need to write another statement which is going to ask user, do you want to continue performing addition operations? Reply with yes or no. Okay, so user should be responding with yes or no. And here we are going to capture user response again in user underscore response variable which we have created. So now what is going to happen is that user is going to reply with yes or no. So once user replies with either yes or no, that response is going to be assigned to user response. And now since this is the last line, after this again while loop is going to check the condition, and then it is going to see that user response is equal to whatever the response which user has given, and based on that it is going to take next action. So let's run this program and see how it works. I'm just going to remove this line to avoid any confusion, and let's do Control Enter and run this program. So here you see it is asking for first number. I'm going to enter 20, and it is now asking for second number, so let's enter 30. And now we see that it is saying addition of two numbers are 50, and it is now asking us, do you want to continue performing addition operations? Reply with yes or no. So I'm going to reply with yes, and now you see once we replied yes, it is again asking to enter first number. So this time I'm going to enter 10, and it is asking for second number. Let's enter 60, and you see it has given us reply with the result, and now it is again asking, do we still want to continue or not? So we can continue replying yes, and it will continue performing addition operations. Okay, so that is what typically happens in an application. And again, if we want to exit, we can just say no, and in this case it is just going to stop. Okay, so after we say no, we should have also printed some user-friendly message which is going to say the program has finished or a program is going to exit, something like that. So let's print that statement here. You have chosen to not continue, program is exiting. Okay, so now whenever user says no, in that case this message is going to be printed and program is going to be exiting. So let's press Control Enter and run this program one more time. And this time I'm going to say no, and let's see what happens. So once we said no, we got the response, you have chosen to not continue, program is exiting. So that's how you make use of while loop in order to continue repeating some operations again and again until the exit criteria is met. And if you have any queries, please ask me in Q&A section. So in this session we are going to learn about syntax of for loop, and if you have not seen a while loop session, make sure you see that lesson, because in that lesson we have also discussed about some of the looping fundamentals. So it is very important that you see that session and then only you see this session, because in this session I'm not going to talk about fundamentals of looping. I'm just jumping straight to for loop syntax. So now let's say if we want to print number between 1 to 20, how we can do that. So typical syntax of for loop is it begins with a keyword for, and then you need to specify some variable name. So here we are going to say number. Now you can specify any name. So typically you will see most of the people are using I for variable name, but you can specify any name. Okay, so I'm just going to use number, and then we need to use in keyword. So in is keyword. You will notice that whenever you type any keyword, that color of that word changes to green. Okay, so we have seen that color of for and color of in has changed to green. So that's how you know that something is a keyword. Now here we are going to make use of range function, and inside range function I'm going to tell 20. And then similar to while loop, whenever for statement ends, we need to provide colon and then hit enter. And then in this block we need to provide whatever action we want to take. So in this case we want to print all the numbers. So if you made a guess that I need to write number, then you are correct. So here we need to write number. So what do you think is going to be printed here? So if you're thinking that it is going to print between 1 to 20, so let's see whether you are correct or not. So once we hit enter, it has printed starting from 0 until 19. Okay, so range is basically telling that this for loop should be terminating before reaching 20. Okay, so 20 is the exit criteria, and that's why I'm not going to print 20. Now again, whenever you use range like this, in that case it starts from 0. So initially when this for loop started, number got assigned a value of 0 and then it kept on incrementing by 1. So that's why we have numbers starting from 0 until 19. Now let's say you wanted to print starting from 1 until 20. So in that case we can specify starting range in the range function. Here I'm going to say 1 comma 21. Okay, so we know that 21 is the exit statement, so 21 is not going to get printed. Only value starting from the starting point, which is 1, until this ending point is going to get printed. So let's do Control Enter, and now we see we have a number starting from 1 until 20. Now let's say if you want to print all the odd numbers, in that case what do you need to do? So range function also have in range function you can also specify with what number you want this to be incrementing. So here I'm going to tell as a third argument, I'm going to tell increment by 2. So now this loop is going to start from 1 and then it is going to increment by 2 every time. So it will not print 2, it will after 1 it is going to print 3 and 5 and so on. So let's run this program and see what is the output. So now you can see we have list of all the odd numbers here. Now similarly, if you wanted to print list of all the even numbers, in that case you could have started this starting range from 2, and if you run this program it is going to print all the even numbers. So one thing you would have noticed that how simple for loop is when you compare it with while loop. So that's why you will see that most of the programmers just use for loops and they don't really use while loop. Now let's say you want to print all the numbers starting from 5 until 20. In this case I guess you would have already guessed what you need to do. So starting position you need to change it to 5, and then you don't need to specify this increment by because you want to print all the numbers from 5 until 20. So let's hit Control Enter and see the result. Okay, so you can see that now we have printed numbers starting from 5 until 20. And we have already seen how we can print all the odd numbers and all the even numbers. Now let's see how we can loop through all the characters of a string using for loop. Okay, so here you can see we have a variable which is called name, and we have assigned a value of John to this variable. Now if I do print name, in this case you will see that we are getting output of John. Now let's say rather than this you want to print each letter one by one in a print statement. In that case you can make use of for loop. So I'm going to say for, and here we need to say for. Again, if you remember syntax of for loop, you need to specify variable name. So here I'm going to say letter, and then we need to use in keyword. So we are saying for letter in name and colon. So now notice here Python already knows, or Python is smart enough that it knows that this name is a variable which contains a string. So it is basically going to loop through all the characters of this string. And now here we are going to print letter. Now once I do Control Enter, now you can see that this print name is printing John, and then this for loop is printing all the characters of this name one by one. Okay, so that's how you actually loop through all the characters of a string. Now let's say this name had been something like John Smith. In that case you would notice we have John, then we also have space, and then we have Smith. Okay, so regardless of whatever you have in the string, it is going to iterate through all the letters one by one. And we have discussed so much in detail about lists and tuple. So let's see how we can traverse through all the elements of lists or tuple. Again, syntax is very simple. So all we need to do is we need to use for and need to define a variable name. So in this case, I'm going to say for fruit in fruits, print fruit. So this fruit is variable name which we are defining here while in the for loop, and this fruits is the variable which is having all the fruit names. Okay, so we are saying for all the fruit in this fruits list, print all the fruit one by one. So let's hit Control Enter and now you can see the output is that it is showing all the fruits one by one in a new line. I'm just going to comment it, and remember when we had printed fruits, okay, in our list lesson, in that case we had got output like this. Okay, so in this case it has printed output as a list, and that's how for loop is different than printing all the element of lists. So here if you see, it is printing all the element one by one and also printing in a new line. So basically you are iterating through all the elements of a list. Now let's say along with this fruit name you also wanted to print what is the index position of all of these fruits. Okay, in that case what you can do is there is a function called enumerate. So we are going to make use of that enumerate function. So here we can say enumerate fruits. So what enumerate does is it enumerates through each index and also assigns that index to one of the variable which is available here, and the value is being assigned to second variable. Okay, so that's the reason whenever we are using enumerate, in that case we need to specify two variable names here. So first variable name, let's call it index, and second variable name is we are still going to call it fruit. So what we are saying is that for index and fruit in enumerate, now notice this index and fruit, these are just variable names. This can be any variable name. So this variable name index is going to keep all the index position, and this variable name fruit is going to keep all the actual fruit names. So now let's print index comma fruit, and let's do control enter and see the output. Now you can see that dates, mango and apple are at position 0, 1 and 2, and we are seeing the same in the output as well. Okay, so this is how you can print index as well as all the elements of a list using enumerate function in a for loop. Now syntax for looping through tuple is exactly the same which you did for a list. So I'm just going to copy paste and going to run it here, and this is going to work as well. Okay, so whatever we learned for lists, that stands true for tuple as well whenever you are looping through list or tuple. So now here we are saying we want to loop through all the fruits until and unless we see banana. So once we see banana, we just want to don't continue any longer. So in that case what we need to do is we are going to say for fruit in fruits, and here we are going to define a condition which is called if fruit equal to banana. In that case what we want to do is we want to break. Okay, so break is a keyword, and what it does is it is just going to exit out of for loop. Okay, so after this we want to print fruits. So please notice in this case it is not going to print banana, it is going to print all the elements before banana. So our output should be, you can see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we have 5 fruits before banana. So our output should be these 5 fruit names. So let's run it and see. So you can see in the output we have got first 5 fruit names, and once it reached banana it just exited the for loop. Okay, so that's how you can loop through until some specific element. So now in the next statement we are going to loop through, and once we find a specific fruit, we just don't want to print that specific fruit, but we still want to continue printing the next element. Okay, so in that case we need to copy the same code, and rather than break, what we need to use is called continue statement. Okay, so what this is going to do is once it finds banana, in that case this statement is going to be true, and then it is going to move to next statement, and next statement we are saying continue. So what continue does is it just moves the cursor back to this position. Okay, so logically whenever it sees continue, it is just going to start the for loop condition. Okay, so basically it is not going to go to this print statement and just going to continue back to the for statement. So let's print it and see what is the output which we receive. So now you can see we have still list of all the fruits, but we do not have name of banana. Okay, because we were saying whenever you find banana, just continue, do not go to next statement. So that's why it just continued looping through and it printed all the other fruit names and it did not print banana. Now let's see what is the next action which we need to do. So here we are saying print all the items and also print message once all the items has been looped through. So in that case we can use else statement in for. Okay, so I'm going to say for fruit in fruits print fruit, and then we can use else statement and we can say all items or all fruit names are already printed. So how this is going to work is that it is going to loop through all the fruit names, and once all the fruit names are finished, then else statement is going to get executed and then it is going to print this message. So don't confuse this else statement with if else statement. In if else statement, either if blocks get executed or else block gets executed. However, when you are looping through for a loop, in that case, whenever you are using else statement, in that case for loop is going to be used for all the items, and then for the final, or once say all the items are finished, for the final line this else statement is going to get printed. So let's do control enter here and let's scroll down. Now you will notice that our last line is saying all fruit names are already printed. So hopefully now you have understood how you can make use of for loop and how you can iterate through numbers, list, tuple, and how we can perform different type of operations such as break or continue operation, and how we can use else in for loop. For any question, please feel free to write in Q&A section. So in this session, we are going to be talking about functions. Now, before we go deep into Python function, let's try to understand where we use functions in real life. So consider an example of a TV remote. So you have TV remote, and in the TV remote you have many buttons, and each of the buttons perform different set of functions. For example, you have a button which can turn up the volume or turn down the volume, and then you have different buttons which perform functions such as changing the channel, or let's say opening the menu, or showing some of the other options, let's say connecting to HDMI and so on. Now whenever you are programming, in that case, let's say if you want to program and all the functions of a remote control, in that case you can understand that remote control has so many features and you won't be able to perform, or you won't be able to write a single program to create all of these functions. Even if you do that, it is going to be very complex and the program itself is not going to be very readable. And also there is going to be time when you are just going to repeat same code again and again. So just consider that you have these little arrow keys which can actually navigate through different options of going up and down. Now these options can be used whenever you are switching between channels, or let's say whenever you want to select some of the available options from different menus. Now in this case, for example, if you had to write a program for these functionality, you have to repeat same code again and again many times in your program. Now with the help of Python functions, we can avoid all of these things. So what we actually do is we break down each functionality into a function and we write the code only once, and then we reuse that function whenever that coding is required. So basically we are dividing all the logic into smaller modules, and then we are going to use the same logic again and again on need basis. Now consider another example which is of Facebook likes. So you can give like to a post, you can give like to an image, you can give like to a video. So do you think that in real time or in real life programming it is possible to write the same piece of code again and again for image and for videos and for other functionalities? The answer is no, because for all of these the function has been written only once, and whenever you perform like operation on, let's say, image or a post or on a video, then that function just gets called and execute the code which is written in that function. Okay, so overall we can say function has many benefits, but the top 3 benefits are that function reduces duplication of code because you are just using the same function again and again rather than writing the same code again and again. The second thing is that it breaks down complex problem into simpler problem. So for example, as we talked about TV remote, if you write everything or all the functionality in a single program, first of all, program is going to be very long, and again, everything is going to be too complex to understand by anyone. Now, if you break down all the functionality into smaller functions, in that case, with the name of the function, we can understand that what is the functionality which is going to be performed in that function. And that function is going to be responsible to perform only that set of action for which it is created for. And it doesn't need to worry about all the complex logic of overall program. So these two things eventually leads into improved clarity of the code, and in that case, whenever someone looks onto your code, it is going to be very easier for them to understand the code. And especially these things get very complex when you have very large program to write. Consider that you have to write program of millions of lines of codes. In that case, you are not going to, or you don't want to repeat the same thing again and again. You want to try saving the time, and function is best suitable for these kind of things. Now let's go to Jupyter Notebook and create a program which is going to use a function, and we will also learn what is the syntax of functions in Python. So now I'm back to Jupyter Notebook, and here we are going to learn how to define a function. To define a function, we need to start by saying def. Def is short form of defining or definition, and it's a keyword as well, that's why it has turned to green. And then we need to type the name of the function. So let's say name of our function is check even odd. So here you can give any name, and for each function we need to have opening and closing parentheses. Okay, and inside this parenthesis you need to give any argument which you want to pass to this function. So let's say we are going to pass one number to this function, and that's why I'm going to give a variable name here which is xyz, and then after the closing parenthesis we need to provide colon and then hit enter, and in this block you can provide all the logic which you want to write. So I'm going to do is I'm going to create another variable which is called result, and then I'm going to perform a modulo operator which is an arithmetic operator. So the syntax for that is xyz modulus 2. So what this will do is this is going to divide the number, whichever number is assigned to xyz, it is going to divide that number by 2, and whatever the remainder is, it is going to be assigned to result. So remainder is either going to be 0 or it is going to be 1. So whenever you divide any number by 2, remainder is either going to be 0 or 1. Okay, so whenever I see remainder is 0, that means the number is an even number, and whenever I see the remainder is 1, it means the number is not an even number. So here inside this we are going to write if condition and going to say if result equal to 0, it means that it is an even number. So we are going to print it is an even number. Else we are going to print it is an odd number. Okay, so this is the function which we have defined, and what this function does is it takes one argument and that argument it checks whether that is an odd number or even number, and that it returns a message by saying whether it is an even number or odd number. So that's all about functions. Now we need to see how we can make use of this function. Now here I'm going to write print statement and going to ask user to enter a number, and then we are going to say xyz equal to input, and then here I'm going to call this function which is called check even odd. Now to call a function we just need to call that function by name, and we need to use this opening and closing parentheses, and in this we need to provide the argument. So here I'm going to call xyz, and now let's run this program and see what is the output which we get. So I did control enter, and now it is asking for a number. I'm going to enter, let's say 25, and hit enter. So here we are getting an error which is basically saying that number cannot perform arithmetic operation because this is a string. Again, what we need to do here is we need to do typecasting. So I'm going to change it to integer here, and then run this program again. I'm going to pass 25, and now we can see that the output which we have received is that it's an odd number. Now let's run this program again. Let's enter 40 and hit enter, and we can see that it's saying it's an even number. So now you can see that this function is working as expected, and it is performing the operation of checking whether the number is an even number or an odd number. So hope everything was clear. If you have any question, please feel free to ask me in Q&A section. In this session, we are going to learn how we can do different file handling operations with the help of Python programming language. So typically when you are dealing with files, you perform different set of actions. For example, if you want to read the data, in that case you are going to open the file and then you are going to read the data. And let's say you want to read the data line by line, or let's say you want to append some more data to the file. Okay, so these are some of the operations which you typically perform when you are dealing with files. So now we are going to see how with the help of Python programming language we can perform all of those actions. So for this demo I have already created a file in D drive and which is called demo.txt, and now we are going to read that file using Python programming language, and we will see what is the content or what is the data which is there inside that file. So I'm going to create a variable which is called file. So this can be any variable. And then we have a function which is called open function, and inside this open function we need to tell name of the file along with the complete path. So since my file is in D drive, I'm going to give D drive, and we need to use backslashes 2 times, and my file name is demo.txt. So what this is going to do is this is going to open the file in read-only mode, and now we can read the content of the file by using read method. So what we need to do is we need to apply read method, and then this is going to read all the data of the file. And if we want to see the data on the screen, we can also use print. And now let's do control enter and let's see what is the output which we have. Now you can see this is the content which was written in the file, and this is the output which we have received. Okay, so there are 3 lines of data which is written inside the file, and we are successfully able to read that data. Now in order to close the file, you need to do file.close, and what this is going to do is this is going to close the file. Closing the file is very important, because if you perform or if you open many files and you don't close the files, in that case files are going to remain open and going to keep on occupying space in memory, and eventually it is going to end up eating all the system resources. So that's the reason whenever you open a file, make sure after your work is done you also close the file. So here I'm going to press Ctrl Enter, And so what this has done is this has opened the file and this has read the content of the file and then it has closed the file. Now using file.read method we were able to read entire file. Now let's say if we want to read the file line by line. In that case we have a method which is called readLine. So here rather than read I'm using readLine and let's see what is the output which we receive. So I'm going to do Control Enter and now you can see we have received only first line which is welcome to Python programming language. Now along with both the methods read and readLine, you can also specify the total number of characters which you want to read. For example, let's say if you are interested in reading only first 20 characters, then you can do that as well. So what you need to do is you need to specify argument inside this read method. So here I'm telling 20 while doing file.read, and once I do Control Enter, now you can see it has read only first 20 characters of the file. Now you can do the same with readLine as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say let's read only first 15 characters of first line. So let's do Control Enter and you can see it has read only first 15 characters of the file. Now let's say we want to add more data in the file. So how we can perform those kind of actions? Okay, so I have already created some cells, so let's do it here. And we have already learned how we can write the content line by line, so I'm just going to clear this. So now we are going to learn how we can open the file in write mode and how we can write more data to the file, into the file. So now what we need to do is we need to open the file in write mode or append mode. So I'm going to say file, open, and here we need to specify the name of our file which we want to write more data in. So it is called demo.txt. And now if you remember, for read we did not give any other argument other than name of the file. Now in this case we also need to specify what is the mode in which we want to open the file. So in this case I want to add more data to the file, so I'm going to say A. So A here stands for append mode. So basically we'll be able to open the file and able to add more data in the end of the existing data. Now let's use the write method. So there is a method called write method. Using this you will be able to write data to the file. So I'm going to say this is the fourth line which is being added through Python program. Okay, so after this I'm going to close the file and that's it. So that's all you need to write in order to write some data to the file. And once we write the data, we again want to open the file and want to read the content of the file. So I'm just going to open the file again, and this time we are going to do file.read to read the content of the file. And we also need to print the content of the file, so I have added print statement here. And now let's run this and see what is the output which we get this time. Okay, so now you can see that there is a new line which has been added, which is called, this is the fourth line which is being added through Python program. So now you saw how we can append more lines into the file. So now let's see how we can create a new file using Python programming. So for creating a new file, what we need to do is we need to say file equal to open, and here we are going to say demo.txt2, and you need to provide either write mode or append mode. So either you can say W or you can say A, both will work. So in this case I'm just going to use A, and then what we are going to do is let's read the content of the file. Okay, so here I'm going to say file.close, and then I'm going to open this file again, and we will see what is the data which is there inside this file. So this is a new file. I'm sorry, I just want to rename it to demo2.txt. So this is a new file which we have created, and as we know we have not put any data until now, so it should not be displaying us any data. Okay, and then do file.close again. So now here I'm going to run this program and let's see what is the output which we get. Okay, so now here you can see that we created a file and then we closed the file and then we opened the file in read-only mode, and when we did file.read, basically there was nothing. That's why we didn't get any data, and then we closed the file. So now let's open the file again in append mode and add some data to it. So I'm going to copy this piece of code and going to paste it here, and here we are going to say file.write. This is the first being added through Python program. Okay, and then we are going to read data again. So after this I'm going to write read statement again. Now let's do control enter, and this time you can see we have received output saying this is the first line being added through Python program. So now you have learned how you can create a new file and how you can read the data of that new file. Now let's talk about if you want to see whether some file exists or it doesn't exist, then how you can do that. Okay, so in order to check the existence of a file, what you need to do is that there is a module which is called OS module which we need to use. So using OS module we'll be able to see whether a file exists or doesn't exist. So until now we have not learned how we can use any module. So if we want to use a module, we need to use import statement, and then we need to tell the name of the module. So here we are going to use OS module. So we are saying import space OS. And so basically a module is something which has already so many classes, functions and methods which we can make use of in order to ease our work. So in this case, in order to check up whether a file exists or it doesn't exist, I don't really need to write a new program. There is already a module which is called OS module available. So we are just going to use this module and we are going to see a method which we can use in order to see the existence of a file. So here I'm going to use os.path.exists, and inside this we need to tell name of the file which we want to see. So I'm going to say demo2.txt, and now this is going to return either true or false. Okay, so let's print this and see what is the output which you get. I'm going to do control enter, and you can see that we have received true. Now let's search for a file which we know doesn't exist. For example, demo3.txt. This is the file I know doesn't exist. And now let's do control enter, and now we can see that we have received the output of false. Okay, so what is going to happen is, and where to use this is, so whenever you are going to read a file, it is important that you make sure that file exists. So you can do a validation that file exists, and then only you should perform read operations. So let's try to read a file which doesn't exist and see how it works. Okay, so in this case I'm going to say demo3.txt. I'm just commenting this line temporarily. Okay, so what we are doing now is we are opening a file and trying to read it and then trying to close the file. Now we know demo3.txt file does not exist, so let's do control enter and see what happens. Now you saw when we try to read the file which doesn't exist, we got the error saying no such file or directory. Now typically in your program or in a production environment, you will not try to write a program which is prone to fail. You would like to write a program which is bulletproof and which is not going to fail in any scenarios. That's why you need to write many validation statements before performing any action in the file. So here what we should have done is we should have used this os.path.exists before opening the file. So we can use this in the if statement, and what this is going to do is this is going to see whether the file exists or not, and once the file exists, so if this statement is true, in that case only this block of code is going to run, and then we can print else. If this if statement is false, in that case else statement is going to execute, where we are going to print a method that file does not exist. Okay, so in this case now we are not going to get error but what we are going to get is user-friendly message saying that file does not exist. So let's do Control Enter, and now you can see that it is saying file does not exist. Okay, now in certain cases, if file does not exist, you may want to create a new file. Okay, so now what I can do is I can use this syntax which we have used to create a file. Okay, so here I'm going to use this syntax, and I'm going to put that in the in this if block. Okay, so now here I'm going to see if the file exists or not, and if the file does not exist, in that case we want to create the file. Okay, so I'm sorry, we should have put that in else block. Okay, so if file doesn't exist, in that case we want to create the file. So here we can do demo3.txt, and here we can change the message to file does not exist, going to create a new file. Okay, and then it is going to create a new file and going to add this new line to the file. And now if we want, we can read the file again, or let's see how it works for the first time. So now when I do Control Enter, what this has done is it is saying file does not exist, going to create a new file. Okay, now if I run the same program again, what do you think is going to happen? If you guessed that this block of code is going to execute, then you are correct. Let's do Control Enter and see how it works. Now you saw when I ran the program for the second time, this piece of block got executed because file was already created and file was existing, and that's why we were able to read the content of the file. Okay, so that's how you can see whether a certain file exists or not exists before you move on to performing any action with the file. Alright, so now we are going to see how we can remove a file. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say remove a file which is called demo3.txt. So we know that we have a file demo3.txt here. So this is the file which we are going to remove. And before this, let's also print a message saying that going to remove the file. Okay, now let's hit Control Enter, and it is saying going to remove the file. So it has removed the file, and now if you want, you can again check the existence of the file. So I ran this again, that's why it is giving the error, because it is saying that there is no file demo3.txt, because this file has successfully been removed. Or other thing is, you could have just ran this ospath.exist to check the existence of the file after you remove the file. Okay, so this would have given you output of false because this file does not exist now. So in this session we have learned how we can handle the file and perform different operations with the file, such as opening the file and reading the file, and then performing some write operations to the file, and also checking whether certain file exists or it doesn't exist, and also how we can remove an existing file. So if you have any query, please feel free to ask in Q&A section. So in this session we are going to learn how we can make use of datetime operations in Python. Now Python doesn't have built-in data type for datetime. So what we need to do is, there is a module called datetime. That module we need to import, and then we are going to use functions or methods which is available in that module. So in order to print today's datetime, we need to do import statement first. So I'm going to do import datetime, and after that we can create a variable, let's call it today, and to this variable we are going to assign datetime.now. So what now function does is, it is going to give you what is the date time as of now. And now what we will do is we are going to print today. Okay, so let's do Control Enter, and this is the output which we have received, which is date and time of as of now. So now we are going to use a type function. We want to see what is the data type for this variable. Okay, so let's do Control Enter, and now you can see that data type for today is datetime.datetime, because basically we are using this datetime module. But this is not a built-in data type. Okay, so this we can only use after we import datetime. So now let's move on and let's see how we can print date without time. Let's say you don't want this time, you just want date. In that case, there is a function which is called string formatting. That is a function which we need to use in order to display, let's say, either date or time or only the sum of the part of day or things like that. So I'm going to do is, let's copy all of this code first. And now here in the end you can use .strf time, and inside this you can say %d for day, and if you want to print month as well, then you can say %m, and if you want to display year as well, in that case you can say %y. Okay, so now let's see what is the output which we are going to get for this. So I will do print today, and let's hit Control Enter. So now you see the output which we have received is date. So this is the date part 07, and this is the month part 07, and this is the year part. Now let's say rather than year being in 2 digits, you want 4 digits here. In that case you can change this %y to uppercase. So I'm going to change it to uppercase, and now if I do Control Enter, you can see that now we have year part in 4 digits. Now of course if you want year in the beginning, then you can just change this position from here to beginning, and in that case it is going to show year, day and month. So again, it depends what is the format which you want. If you want year, month, day, you can do that as well. So here I can just change it to %Y, %M and %D, and just hit Control Enter, and now we can see that output has changed. Of course today is 7th day and it is 7th month as well, so that's why you don't really see any difference between day and month, but if you try it on a different day, you are going to see the difference. Of course, if you want more formatting, for example, let's say if you want to use hyphen between day, month and year fields, or year, month, day, whatever, then you can do that. So here now I have given hyphen, and let's do Control Enter, and now you see formatting of days have changed. So rather than hyphen, I could have used colon. And now let's do Control Enter, and now you can see formatting is different. Okay, so that's how you can play around with date function and you can format the output. Now let's see how we can do subtraction between days. Okay, so here let's see if I use this part, and as you know, if I do print today, it is going to show me the date and time as of now. Now let's say if I do -1 here, what do you think is going to happen? Do you think it is going to subtract 1 day and then it is going to show that to us? Let's do Control Enter, and now you can see that it has not subtracted 1 day from this daytime, rather it has just given us error. The reason is that this is of different data type, and this -1 is of integer data type. So whenever you have a non-arithmetic data type, in that case it is not going to perform operations such as subtraction or addition or things like that. So what we need to do here is, there is a function which is called time delta, so we need to make use of that. So here, rather than -1, what we needed to do is datetime dot time delta, and here inside this we need to say days equal to 1. So what this is going to do is, this is going to subtract 1 day from current day. Okay, so now do Control Enter, and now we can see date has changed. So here we can see it is showing 6, whereas today is 7. Now let's say if you want to subtract 5 days, then you can just change it to 5 and press Control Enter. Now you can see it is showing us 5 days back. And if I do -10, in that case you can see that now it has changed not only day part but month part as well. Okay, because 10 days ago was previous month. Now, rather than subtracting days, you can also add the days. For example, let's say if you want to see what is the date going to be after 10 days from now, in that case, you can just change from minus to plus. And here, if I do control enter, it is going to show me future date. So 10 days from now is going to be 17th of July 2020. Hopefully, whatever we learned, it was clear. So just a quick recap, here we saw how we can print today's date, and also here we learned how we can change the formatting of the date time. So if we want to print only the year part or only the month part or only the day part, so we can do all of those things. And here we learned how we can play around and perform subtraction or addition between 2 days. So if you have any query, please feel free to ask in Q&A section. Now get request as learn how we can deal with REST API using Python programming language. Now whenever we are dealing with REST API, there are a couple of things which we need to remember. One thing is that whenever you are dealing with REST API, you are going to use a program to make a request to REST API. So in this case, we are going to use Python program to make a request to REST API. Now whenever we are making a request, there can be different type of request you perform, such as GET request or POST request or DELETE request. There are many other requests as well, but here for the sake of simplicity, we are just considering these requests. Now GET request, as the name says, it is mostly like just going and fetching some data or getting some data. POST request is something like when you call a REST API and you post some of the data. And DELETE, as the name suggests, it is used to delete certain data by using the REST API. Now whenever you perform a request using Python, you need to have a mechanism which is or a REST API which is going to reply you with a response. So that is actually going to be taken care by REST API. Okay, so REST API is going to respond you back with certain response codes and also going to give you the data. Now response code can vary. We have different response codes such as 200, which is response code OK, 300 which stands for found, 400 which stands for bad request, and there are so many response codes which exist in a response of the REST API. Now you can Google what are the different response available, but most frequently used are either 200 which is response OK or 400 which is bad request, and certain others. But again, for the sake of simplicity, for now all we need to know is that we are going to receive a response code 200 which is going to let us know that everything is okay from REST API side and it has done the processing and it has responded back with certain data and certain response code. Okay, so hopefully everything was very clear. So all is going to happen is from here we are going to make a request and then we are going to get a response back from here, and along with the response we are also going to get some data. Now why we get the data is that here REST API is going to do all the heavy processing. So for example, whatever code which has been written in REST API, that actually takes care of some of the processing as well, and then it returns us the processed data. Okay, now that data which we get from REST API can be in one of the available formats such as JSON, XML or text. Now most frequently which I have seen is JSON or XML, and other data types are very less frequent. So what we need to know is that we know how to deal with JSON or XML in Python. Now since we have already learned how we can deal with list or dictionary, so it's going to be very easier for us to deal with JSON. So now I'm here on Jupyter Notebook and we are going to discuss about how we can perform different operations using Python program, and we are going to develop a small program which is going to be kind of doing small talks with a user. So we are going to ask user what is their name, and we are also going to ask what is the country they belong to, and then we are going to reply with something like nice to meet you, I really love your country, and I know that your neighbors are blah blah blah, and the population of your country is whatever the population of those country is. Okay, so we are going to develop this program. Now again we need one REST API which is going to give us information about all the countries, their all the countries border, we are going to get information about all the country currency and things like that. Then only we'll be able to pull those information and going to respond the user back. So for that I have already found one REST API which is called the URL for that REST API is restcountries.eu/rest/v2/all. So once you hit that URL and press enter, this is the response you get. So you get list of all the countries with lots of other information such as top level domain name, you get the calling codes of the countries, you get the capital name of all the countries, and you get the region information of the countries, you get the population, and so many other things. Okay, so basically what we needed we already have got in the form of a REST API. So now we are going to use this REST API using Python. So first thing is we need to import a module which is called requests. So what this module is going to do is this is going to make sure that there are methods or functions or things available which we are going to make use of in order to interact with REST API. Now after that we are going to create a variable which is going to be called base URL, and there I'm going to give the name of this endpoint. Okay, so let's create a variable base URL, and this is the URL which we had hit here, and this is the response we have received. So when I'm going to hit this URL using Python, I'm expecting the same results. So now we are going to actually make a request. Okay, as you know that whenever we are dealing with REST API, we are going to use two things. One is request and other is response. So now is the time to make a request and receive the response. So let's create a variable which is called RESP, short form of response. This is a variable which we are going to keep our response in, and then we need to use requests.get, and here you need to specify base URL. Now remember, rather than using base URL, you can directly use this complete URL, again depending on whatever way you prefer. Okay, this is second approach, but I will really recommend you that you keep base URL in a separate variable and use that variable. Using this way code is very clearer and people understand what you are trying to do here. So now here what is happening is we are making a request to this REST API, and whatever the response is we are storing in this variable. So far whatever we have learned, hopefully it is clear. If you have any question, please write in Q&A or comments, and then I'll be happy to answer you. Okay, now as we can see that whatever data which we are receiving, it is in kind of JSON format. So what we need to do is we need to load the data in JSON format. Okay, but before we do that, let's do a print statement and say resp.json. Okay, so this response.json, what it is going to do is it's going to load all the data, all this JSON data in the variable, or probably if you just want to print it on the screen, you can do it as well. Okay, so let's do this way. We are going to say response.json, and here we are going to print data. Okay, so whatever this data is now going to be going inside this data variable, and then we are going to use this. Now let's do control enter and see how it runs. Okay, so this is the output which we have received. This is pretty much exactly the same which we could see here on this browser. Now you see we have received so much data, information about almost all the countries, and there are so many information. Now let's start writing the Smalltalk program which we want to write. So I'm going to ask user what is your name, and then I'm going to ask which country do you stay in. Okay, and for that it's very simple. We are going to use two variables. One is called username, other one is called user country, and we are receiving this information from user. Okay, that's why I have used input function. And now let's start developing our code. And before we do that, let's try to first read this information so you understand what we are trying to do and how we can handle this. So what I will do is, let me comment this temporarily, or let me take it out. We are going to put it again, and let's do one thing. We don't want to print the data this time. Let's try to understand what is the format in which we have received this data. And as you know, if you want to see what is the data type of the data which you have received, you can always use type function. So here I'm going to use type function, and I'm going to say data. Okay, now hit Control Enter, and now you can see the data which you have received is in list format. Okay, so now we need to remember how we deal with list. So if you have not seen the session about how you can deal with Python lists, then go there and learn about that, and then it's going to be very easy for you to understand this. Okay, now if you remember, to navigate through all the data of or within a list, all you need to do is you can just use a for loop. Okay, something like, so what I can say is for country in data print country. So what it will do is it will print information about all the country which are available in this list. Now let's run this and see what is the output which we get. Okay, so now here you see output is pretty similar. The only thing is that now for each country you receive the data, and then you get, so here you receive the data about one country, and then you get information about next country in next line. Okay, the reason for that is because now actually you are navigating through this list, and you are doing a print statement for each element of the list. Now let's say you are not interested in all the information. All you want is you want to pull the name of all the countries. Okay, now to get the information about all the countries, we also need to understand what is the data structure of this. Okay, so what is the data structure of each country? So we know the data structure or data type of this data which we have received is list. Now we need to understand what is the data type of each of the element which is there inside the list. So for that we will do type again, and let's do country, type country. So we are going to receive what is the data type of all of these things. So let's do Control Enter, and let's say I don't really want to print country name, so I'm going to remove that and do Control Enter again. And now you can see that this is the list data type which is for this print method. Okay, so first thing is that all the data which we have in data is of list type, and then all the data which we have in country is of dict type. So again, if you have not seen a session about dict type, so go ahead and see that first, and then you are going to understand this also. But if you just want to continue on this session first, you can do that, and then you can watch those sessions later. So now we know that we have data which is in dict format, and the name of the variable is country. So now all we want is we want to print list of all the country names. So for that, if you remember, or if you can just, you can go here and you can see that all the dict are stored with key value pair. So we are going to have a key, and then we are going to have a value associated with that. So here key is name, and the value is name of different countries. So now here, if along with country I specify the key name, which is going to be name, and then do Control Enter, and then you can see we have received list of all the countries. Okay, so for now I know it is very simple, and let's say rather than name of the country, you also, or let's say along with name of the country, you also want to print name of the capital, so you can do that as well. So for that you can write, after the print statement you can write country, and here you can write capital, and then let's do Control Enter, and now you can see that you have list of country name, and then you have list of capitals. Okay, so for each country you can see their capital. So for now, again, I think things were very easy and simple, and now you have understand how we can pull different type of information. So let's say if I want to grab information about population of the country, in that case you can see the key name here is population, and then we get the value of population. So here I'm going to say population and do Control Enter, and we can see that we have received country name, country capital, and population. So now we know how to grab all different type of information. So now I'm going to make things bit quick and going to write remaining program. So we don't need this for now, we can just remove everything, and here we are going to ask user what is their name and what is the country they stay in. Then we are going to get that country information from this data. Okay, and then we are going to print name of their country, and we are going to tell about name of the capital, and we are going to talk about the country's population, and we are going to tell that your neighbors are, and then we are going to show them the list of countries which are their neighbors. Okay, so let's begin. So for until now, if I do Control Enter and if I run this program, so I have an option of receiving a name. So I'm going to enter my name, and then let's say I give the country name where I stay in, so it's India, and then once I do enter, nothing happens because we are not really doing anything, okay, other than just taking the username and taking user country and making a request and getting response back and storing that in a variable. Now let's start developing our program. So first thing is we want to go through all the country names, and we want to do a comparison that which country user stays in. So first thing is we should be able to find information about this country, India. So we have list of all the countries, right? And we need to find out information about India. So first thing is I need to do a loop statement which can loop through list of all the available countries. So let's do for country in data, because data is the one which is holding all the data. And then we are going to do if statement. So we are going to say if country, and we want to find out the name. Okay, so if country name is equal to name which user has provided. Okay, so user has provided the name which we have stored in user underscore country variable. So here is the variable name. So we are going to say if the country name from this list is equal to the country name which user has provided, in that case only execute the code which are written below. Now one thing which can go wrong here is that this user may not provide the information always in the same case, and as you know Python is case sensitive. So let's say if user is providing information in uppercase or in lowercase, in that case we are going to get the error, okay, or basically there is not going to be a match, which we want to avoid. But anyways, for now I'm just going to show you how this is going to work, and let's see what is the progress which we have made until now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write another piece of code which is going to say nice to meet you, and I'm going to just paste it here because I already have this code written. So here what we are doing is we are writing a print statement which is saying nice to meet you, and then we are using username for this. And then we are going to print another piece of statements which are related to country and capital. So you already know how you can pull country and capital. So here we are just giving that information. So let's do control enter and run this program. So here it's asking for name. I'm gonna give my name, and then it's asking for country. I'm going to give country name. And for now, if you see that this is the output which I received. So I receive nice to meet you, Vikas, and I receive I really like your country, India, especially your country's capital, New Delhi. Okay, so whatever statement you want to print, you can again in this small talk you can change this, or you can probably have list of certain small talks and you can loop through those small talks randomly. Now here one thing is that after the user receives all the input, we want to give some space. So here you can see everything is just looking to everything is looking to be printing together. We don't want that, so I'm just going to print new line. And to print new line, all you have to do is write a print statement with /n. And if I run this program now, so you can see we have some space. Okay, so that's basically a new line. So that looks fine for now, and now we can go ahead and start developing other program. So now before we do that, let's do control enter again, and this time let's enter the name and let's enter country information in all capitals, and let's hit enter. Now this time you saw that when I wrote country name in capitals, in that case we didn't get any information. The reason is that, as you can see here in the data, let me search for India, and okay, so basically you can see that India is written with only, here you can see the name India is written with I is in capital and remaining is in small letters. So that's why it didn't match, and this piece of code did not execute. Okay, so we want to avoid this. So the best way to avoid this is you can convert everything in either in lowercase or in uppercase. So I'm going to convert everything in uppercase. So for that we are going to use upper method, and here also I'm going to use upper method. So now let's run this program again and see if this works as expected. Okay, so this time it works as expected, and regardless of whether the user provides information in uppercase or lowercase, we are going to get the same result. Now I'm going to start writing some more information about their country. So now here I'm going to print another statement which is saying your country is pretty huge with more than number of population people staying in the country. So here I'm going to print the number of population, or the country's population. Now again we don't really need to write the same statement for all the country types, because for some of the country population is going to be really low. So in that case you should be able to write some different statement based on the population of the country. So I leave it up to you. You can write some if statement in the country population, and then you can execute two different type of statements for a country which is having, let's say, less than 100,000 population, or country which is having more than 100,000 population, or things like that. So I leave it up to you, and let's do control enter and see how it works. So here I'm going to write my name and country name, and now you see what I receive is that greetings, and then I receive information about my country along with the country's capital, and we also receive information about population of the country. Now let's say along with this I also want to display name of all of my country's neighbor. So in that case there is another REST URL which is available, and the REST URL is this. And here along with this URL I need to provide the shortcode of country. For example, if I do IND, which is shortcode of India, in that case I'm going to receive this information. Okay, so now here if you go to borders, where is borders? Okay, so here you see we have a key name which is called borders, which gives us information about all the country names. So it's not the country name, it is the shortcode. And So yeah, basically we are just going to hit all of these short codes and then we are going to grab the name from those short codes. Okay, so let me write those statements, and that's going to be simple and going to be exactly the same, so I'm not going to explain this in detail. So now here you can see what we are doing is here we write a print statement that your neighbors are, and then we loop through all of the then we are looping through all of the borders. Okay, so here if you okay, so let me make it simple for you. So here let's do print statement and let's do country borders. Okay, so you will know what we are trying to do here, and let's do control enter and see how this program is working. So I'm gonna hit my name and country name, and now you can see that this is saying whatever, some greetings and things like that, and then it's saying your neighbors are, and then it is giving me a list with all the countries neighbor. Okay, with the short codes. Now we don't want short codes, we want the actual name. So what we need to do is we need to hit this REST endpoint with providing short codes. Okay, so for example for Afghanistan I need to say AFG and hit enter, and now you can see that this is the information which we receive. So from here I'm going to grab this name and going to print it. So this is gonna give me full name, a complete name. Okay, so that's why we have written this piece of code. So now we can see that we have multiple countries as the neighbor. There is no single country, so that's why we need to write another loop statement. So that's why you see for statement coming here. So what this for statement is doing is this is going to loop through all of these short codes, and then it is going to hit this endpoint and going to pass these short codes. Okay, and then it's going to grab this complete information, and from this information we are going to use only this country name, and which is written here. You can see that here we are receiving all the response in code, and from this code variable we are using code name, which is name of the country. So this is what we are gonna get. So now let's run this and see how it works. So here I'm going to give my name, country I belong to, and now here you can see we have started getting information about all the country names. Now I don't want to have this shortcode, so I'm just going to remove this print statement, and let's run this again. Now you can see that we are receiving information about all the neighbor countries. Now if you want to print other things such as country currency and so many other things, you can do that as well. But hopefully you have understood what we need to do, or how we handle REST APIs and how we deal with or loop through all the items which are available in those REST API. If you have any query, please feel free to write me. I'll be more than happy to answer. After that, this session we are going to be talking about how we can make use of Python programming language in order to create a bot or a kind of script which is going to increase views on your videos or probably on your website. And this is going to work on any type of videos, regardless of whether it is a Facebook video or regardless of whether it is YouTube videos, or it can be any video which is available there on any of the web page. So to begin with, we need to import a module which is called Selenium. So in this session, I'm not going to tell you how you can import a module or how you can install a module. So I assume you know it. If you don't know it, just Google it. It's very simple. And probably I can have a separate video discussing about how we can install module in Python. So what you need to do is you need to have Selenium installed, and after that you need to use or you need to import this module. And after that we are going to use driver which is called Chrome driver. So in this example I'm just going to make use of Chrome, but you can do the same thing on Firefox as well. So if we are using Chrome driver, we need to have Chrome driver.exe. So if you don't have this, you go to Google, you search for chromedriver.exe and then download it, and then wherever you download, just give the complete path of this chromedriver.exe here. Okay, and this is a variable which we have created, name is driver, and this is the one which you are going to use now. Now in order to open a web browser, all we need to do is we need to write get statement. So if I write driver.get, and here I need to provide the URL of the video. Okay, so it can be any URL of your YouTube video. So just give the video URL. Okay, however, if you see right now, this is going to look very simple. So what is happening here is that you have imported Selenium, and then in Selenium you have defined that you are going to use Chrome driver, and then you are telling that driver.get, and then you are telling name of the video. So what is happening is that Python is going to open Chrome, and then it is going to type the name of the video, and then that video is going to basically get played. Now the problem is this, problem in this is that one thing is that this is going to work only for one time. Now let's say if you want 1000 views, in that case what you can do is you can run a for loop. Okay, so I'm going to say for I in range, and let's say I want to have 1000 views. In that case you can do you can write program like this. Okay, now in this case also what is going to happen is that you are going to get 1000 views, but this is actually going to run very fast. Okay, because if you see, we are not actually going to watch all the videos. All we are doing is we are just opening these videos one after another 1000 times. Now if you do something like this, in that case there is almost for all the technologies, they have kind of anti-spamming or anti-bot mechanism in order to detect that you are actually making these views using a bot or probably a programming language. Okay, so in that case they are going to either block your account, or probably in fact going to block the server from where you are making all these requests of video watches. Okay, so many things can go wrong. So what you need to do is you need to create a program which is going to act more like a human. Okay, so what we can do is after each time when the video is watched, we can just add some sleep time. Now let's say I can do something like sleep 10. Okay, now there is no function sleep, there is no default function sleep in Python, so we need to import another module in order to use sleep, and the name of the module is time. So I'm going to say import time, and then we need to use here time.sleep. Okay, then what is going to happen is that this video is going to get opened one time, and then it is going to wait for 10 seconds, and then video is going to be refreshed and opened again second time, and so on. Okay, now again you see there is a problem. The problem now is that every time you are watching the video only for 10 seconds. Okay, now all these technologies, they have a mechanism to check non-human behavior. So what can go wrong in this case is that you are watching 1000 video with 1000 times, and all the videos are being watched only for 10 seconds. So basically you are kind of having a pattern, and once these kind of patterns are detected, in that case your views or whatever, if you're generating visitors on the website, that is going to get deleted by anti-spamming mechanism. So you don't really want to do it. You want to mimic kind of human behavior. So now what you can do is, rather than using this sleep time of every 10 seconds, you can do a random sleep time between, let's say between 10 to 20 seconds, or let's say 10 to 30 seconds. So in that case what is going to happen is that your views are going to be between 10 seconds to 30 seconds. Okay, so every time when video opens, the duration of the video watch is going to be between 10 to 30 seconds. Now you can change the range based on whatever value you want. So now to use random number, we need to import another module which is called random. Okay, so I'm using a random module, and then what we are going to do is I'm going to create a variable which is called random video, and then I'm going to I'm sorry, I'm not going to create a random video for now. So what I'm going to actually do is I will probably create a variable with sleep time, and let's call it sleep time. And here we are using random.randint, and here we have defined starting and ending range. Okay, these are in seconds. So if you want to keep between 60 to 130 seconds, you can keep something like this. Or if you just want to play around and want to keep it between 10 to 20 seconds, so you can do that as well. Okay, now what is happening here is you are creating a random variable between 10 to 20, and that value is actually being assigned to sleep time. And here in the time.sleep, we can now use sleep time variable. Okay, so now this program is going to run, and it's going to open a video, and then it's going to watch that video for a random number of time between 10 to 20 seconds. Okay, and this program is going to run for 1000 iterations. Okay, because this for loop is going to run for 1000 views. Now the other thing which can still go wrong is that suddenly, let's say you have around 20 views on all of your videos. Now suddenly if you run this program with 1000 views, okay, that's again going to create another kind of anti-spam behavior. So basically suddenly one of your videos cannot grow to 1000 views overnight. So what you can do is you can create a list of videos. So let's say you have 10 videos. Okay, in that case you can create a list of videos. So what I can do is I can create a variable videos, and here use Python list, and in this give the name of or the complete URL of basically all of your videos. Okay, so in my case I'm just going to use this video URL. Now you can use, whenever you open youtube.com, you see the URL of the video, so just copy paste that URL. So in this case, let's say I have 10 videos. I'm just going to paste all the 10 videos here. Okay, now here you see we have all the videos, and this is assigned to a variable which is called videos. Okay, so now what is going to happen is each time I'm not going to watch the same video, but I'm going to watch different video every time. So now we need another random variable which is going to select one of these videos randomly. So we need to know what is the total number of videos we have. In this case I have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, around 9 videos. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another variable which is called let's call it random video. Okay, and then we are going to use random.randint again, and here we are going to keep index between 0 to 9. Okay, or let's keep 0 to 8 because we have 9 videos, so our values must not exceed between 0 to 8. Okay, because we are going to access this list of videos using list index. So I hope you already know about list indexing and all these things. If you don't know, just go ahead and watch my other videos, and then you are going to get idea how you can make use of list and other Python stuff. So whatever I'm teaching you is pretty basic if you know Python. Okay, I mean, even if you watch a basic Python video, you can very easily able to do it. So now what is happening here is you are assigning a video here, okay, which is outside the loop. Now that's not what we want. We want to assign the video inside the loop, because every time when this program is going to run, you want a different video to be played. Okay, so inside this we can use random video is equal to random.randint08. Okay, now here rather than giving YouTube videos, now what we are going to do is we are going to say play the videos. Okay, so here I'm using videos, which is this variable, and I'm going to say play the video with index number of random video. So basically here it is going to select one of these available videos. Okay, so far I think everything is very clear, everything is very simple. And now what we need to do is, so once this program has run 1000 times, you also want to close the browser. So in that case, you can do driver.quit, and this is going to close the browser. Okay, that's all we needed in order to execute our program. Now I'm going to run this program, and then we are going to see the output here. Now one more thing which I want is, while this program is running, I also want to see the counter. Okay, so we also want to see how many times it has already run. So let's create a print statement saying that running the video for, and here it is going to tell the number of time video is running, or the iteration of the video is running. And here I'm going to use format, and inside this let's print I, because I is basically the index, and it's going to print number between 0 to 1000. Okay, so program looks pretty good, and I'm not going to run it 1000 times for now. Just to demonstrate you, I can probably run it, let's say we are going to run it 10 times, and then everything looks good to me. I think that's all we need to do here. So yeah, and I'm just going to take this out because we don't need a random video here. Okay, so just a quick recap of what we have done until now. We have used Selenium, we have used time, and we have used random modules. And here you need to make sure you download chromedriver.exe from internet, and you keep it on any of the folder, and whichever folder you keep it, you need to make sure that you give the complete path here. Okay, now here in the videos variable, which is of list data type, we have given list of all our YouTube videos. Now here what we are doing is, here we are defining a loop. Okay, in the loop we are saying that this program basically should run 10 times, and this should be choosing random videos, and this should be choosing random duration on which video should be being played. Okay, so that's all we needed, and now we can just go ahead and start executing this program. Now this is a website where you actually can download a Chrome driver. So you can just Google it, or if you don't want to Google it, you can just go to chromedriver.chromium.org/downloads. Now let's go ahead and right click here and run this program, and let's see how it works. So here on the right side you are going to see the output. Now it's going to launch a Chrome browser. As you can see, it has launched a Chrome browser, and now here on the right side you can also see the counter. So it is saying running the video for 0th time. Okay, and it's running one of my videos from the playlist. Okay, and you will see that this is going to get auto refreshed between 10 to 20 seconds. So yeah, let's keep an eye here, and let's also see the output on the right side. Now you can see video has refreshed, and now it is going to play some different video. Okay, so video counter is also increasing. Okay, and again now you can see this time it is playing my another videos. So basically what is happening is that randomly it is picking one of my videos which I have given, and then it is playing those videos for a random duration between 10 to 20 seconds. So this way it is going to keep on running until the for loop, whatever the number you have given in the for loop. Okay, so hopefully it was useful, and please use it only for testing purpose or development purpose, or only for your learning purpose. Now I'm going to quit this program. So let's just click here to stop this. So just use it for learning purpose and do not misuse it, because if you misuse it, there is a chance of your account getting blocked, and lots of things can go wrong. So hopefully you liked the video, and if you enjoyed watching it and you were able to learn something new, please like, share and subscribe. And if you want to learn something new, please tell me in the comment section, so I'm going to implement that. And I'm also going to keep on uploading some new video every once in a week. So do subscribe and also click on the notification icon so you get all the notification whenever I do or whenever I create some new video. Thank you so much for watching.